Yeah, 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 yeah. Hey, we are here. We are here. We are officially here. We're back. We're back for another day, another trial, night court. That's what we're gonna call this one. We're gonna call this one night court. The good thing is it should be fairly quick. Should be fairly quick. A couple hours, not as much as not as much time as the last time. This trial is wrapping up. Currently, they're on verdict watch right as we speak. But we're gonna catch up with yesterday and today. They should be fairly short. Uh, Man, hold on. Let me see if I can get the here. It's a lot of filler. Lots of filler. Shout out to the chat. Shout out to the chat. We gonna get through it though. We gonna get through it. Seems like um let's see what happened yesterday. Hold on, let me see.
which should get to the jury, I guess, or a case.
Sure. This this is from yesterday. This is from yesterday. This a different Wabbit bot, sir. I know he got the same name and everything, but when you reach these channels, that ain't the same Wabbit bot. Okay? I know the name is the same and all that, but the attitude's different. You know what I mean? Shout out to the chat. Shout out to the chat. O speaks. What up, man? What in the world? I oughta. Let me see. Shout out to the chat. Shout out to the chat. Foxy Brown. Shout out to Foxy Brown. Not it. What's up? Not it. Keep the change. Uh, Uncle L. Trey Spectors. Meow. It's nobody before we get this started. Mrs. Baker. What's up? Heck money. Courtney Peach in the building. Uh, See who Wabbitbot says hi to. Tesha Z, salute you, bro. Uh, Hi, yeah. Wabbitbot keeping me posted on who enters the room. Wabbitbot let me know who entered the room. So this I don't this shouldn't be that long. Hold on one second. Shout out to the chat. Um, Bro, the trial is over. Ladies and gentlemen, the Secoriea Turner trial is over. We are on verdict watch right now. That's what we on. This was a quick trial. It seems like it's 7 days long. The only thing that's gonna that we waiting on is the verdict. I'm gonna put in the chat right now so that you guys can do a poll. I'm putting the chat. Oops. I'm putting the chat so y'all can do a poll on. Do you think he's innocent or guilty? What do you think the verdict will be? We'll do that before we even get the verdict. Chat. Let's start a poll. Start a poll. Just every time I do a poll, chat box loses its mind. Every time I do a poll, my chat box loses its mind. Shout out to O Speaks. All right, so they're doing closing arguments, y'all. So our last live stream where we watched the whatever we saw, that was it. The defense rested its case. The prosecutor rested its case. The defense called like one or two witnesses. The defense called like one or two witnesses and rested their case. And now we are at the closing arguments, which happened yesterday. Today they continued closing arguments, and now they're on verdict watch. And we're catching up. We are catching up. Let me turn the speed up a little bit. A lot of filler. A lot of filler.
God, it might work.
Old school, what up? Lots of filler.
Evidence, and you'll rely on your.
All right, so here we go.
Good morning, members of the jury.
Good morning.
All the evidence is closed, and we're now getting ready to hear closing arguments of the parties. I'm going to remind you again.
All evidence is closed, and we're about to hear closing arguments of the party. This is a quick trial. This is what they call one of them speedy trials, okay? It's a speedy trial.
That statements made by attorneys are not evidence, and you'll rely on your memories as to what the evidence is. There are going to be 3 arguments. The state is going to open. Then the defense will have an opportunity, and the state will get to argue again because they have the burden of proof. If at any point between the arguments you need a break, you can just let me know. I'll check in with you again because the arguments can be long.
What's up?
And we're planning to provide lunch for you today to try to keep things moving. Okay.
Okay.
The trusty old technology work.
The old closing arguments, eh? That's the old closing arguments, huh?
I want to start at the top and talk about this case. It's not about. This case is not about the actions of Secoriea Turner on July 4th, 2020. Not about the money. This case is not about the decisions that Omar Ivory was forced to make. Not about the man behind the wheel. And ladies and gentlemen, this case is not about 2 plus 2, 4 plus 4. It's not about that. It is not about the mother, the man behind the wheel, or math. Ladies and gentlemen, this case is about the intentional and the deliberate and conscious decisions that this defendant made as he wielded his AR-15 on a public road, a road in your county, ladies and gentlemen, on July 4th of 2020. That's what this case is about. That's why we're here. We are here because of what he did on July 4th, 2020. What he did to an 8-year-old little girl. What he did to 8-year-old Secoriea Turner.
Follow Atlanta News First and get breaking news.
Short 8 years of life. What we did learn during the course of this trial, we learned that Secoriea loved to dance. We learned that Secoriea loved to read. We learned that Secoriea loved to learn. And she had already made a decision she wanted to go to spelling. We learned all of those things from her mother as she sat before each and every one of you and told her about the worst, the absolute worst moments of her life. She told you and sat here and explained in great detail every parent's worst nightmare. The most unnatural thing in life. She sat before each and every one of you and explained to you all the facts and the circumstances that she experienced in that absolutely terrible moment in her life. As she sat before each and every one of you last week. When Charmaine was testifying, she talked to you about how much Sequoia loved her brothers, how much she loved playing with her cousins. And she said something while she was testifying that caught my attention, that I'll never forget. She said she just loved to love. She just loved to love. And this defendant, on July 4th, took that love away from this world. Took that love away from Charmaine. But as she testified, she talked to you about the last moments of Secoria's life. And I hadn't caught it. I hadn't heard it until she sat before all of us.
You know what?
And explained to each and every one of us.
All right, so let me get it. Let me get the So this is what I'm gonna do. See if we get the best audio quality we can.
And that he may have taken her from this.
This one. So we got clips of the prosecutors closing arguments, the defense closing arguments, and that sound quality. Those clips, the sound quality is better. I also got the whole trial itself, but as we can see, that sound quality is not as good. So I'll play this from the clip, and any other stuff, I'll make sure we don't miss nothing. Okay, so he's going to be talking for about an hour, and then once he wraps up, I'm going to make sure to see if we missed anything. And I'll see if there's any others as well. All right, so let's go with this version.
World, but he can't take her memory. Her that caught my attention, that I'll never forget. She said she just loved to love. She just loved to love. And this defendant, on July 4th, took that love away from this world. Took that love away from Charmaine. But as she testified, she talked to you about the last moments of Secoria's life. And
EJ, what up?
I hadn't caught it. I hadn't heard it until she sat before all of us and explained to each and every one of us what she felt, what she remembered, and what happened in that car on July 4th, 2020. But when she was testifying, when she was talking to each and every one of you about the last moments of little Secoria's life, she said she didn't talk. She just looked into her mother's eyes. She just caught her eyes and gazed into her mother's eyes. In the last moments of her life, Charmaine was describing Secoria still trying to provide that love, that comfort to her mother. And this defendant on July 4th of 2020 shut that light off. Made it so the joy that Secoria's family felt every single moment that they were around her was gone. But Charmaine made very clear that Secoria's memory will live on, that they created a scholarship at Spelman in her name, and that he may have taken her from this world, but he can't take her memory. Her light will always shine on the things that were most important to her. And that was clear from the testimony of Charmaine. That was her family. Now, I want to talk to you over the next 25, 30 minutes about some of the law that the judge is going to explain to you at the end of the trial. And the law that you're going to apply, all the facts and all the evidence that you've heard this week, and feels like more than a week ago. I can really say it for me. But I want to start with talking to you about your duty, a juror's duty. And your duty is just plain and simple. Be a fair, impartial juror, honestly seeking the truth. You're not to seek doubt. You're here to weigh the facts and weigh the evidence and make a decision. It's kind of what we talked to you about when we started the process. It's exactly what we did. We asked you questions, you gave us answers. We asked you some more prying questions, and you gave us answers. And that's how we were able to determine that you, ladies and gentlemen, were the right people for this job. That you could listen to all the facts, that you could listen to all the evidence, and be fair and impartial, and seek the truth of what happened on July 4th of 2020, when Secoriea Turner was killed. Now, again, to seek the truth, you're to follow the law that the judge is going to give to you, and you're to deliberate. And we say that The deliberate part, I know it sounds incredibly obvious, but there have been times in the past where jurors forget that they're supposed to deliberate, and one or two may decide that they don't want to partake in the proceedings. So we just tell you that so you're aware that that does happen, and I don't think it will, but if it ever does, that's something you just bring to the court's attention, and it'll be addressed. You just seek the truth according to the evidence. You are to determine the facts of the case based on what was presented to you over the course of the last 2 weeks. All of the evidence in the form of photographs, videos, testimony that you heard from the witnesses here at this witness stand, and up in the courtroom, it sounds like the bigger jury room, that first day that we started a trial. Now, what you're not to consider, you're not to consider passion. You're not to consider public opinion, whether you are unhappy or like the performance of the police here or in your past. Public feeling and sentiment as it relates to social issues that we've heard a little bit about over the last 2 weeks. Sympathy for the defendant, sympathy for Secoria's family. Whether you disagree with the law, conjecture. You are not to consider penalty or punishment. That's for the judge. And any prejudice you may have. You leave that outside of the deliberation room. And what you are to consider, and what you are to use as tools to apply to the evidence and the facts and the testimony that you heard is obviously the law. The testimony of all the witnesses that you heard and your recollection and reviewing your notes. Admitted evidence that you will receive at the end of this trial. The elements of the crime, which you'll learn about here shortly from the parties and from the judge. Expert witness testimony, physical evidence, and as we all talked about on Monday or 2 weeks ago, your common sense and your life experience. You use all of that when you are cycling through and remembering and looking through your notes about the facts and the evidence and the testimony that's come out over the course of this trial. Now, you heard a little bit about this at the beginning of the trial, about whether you can hold the state to its burden of proof. And that burden of proof, it rests with the state. It never leaves the table. The burden of proof is always with the side. The burden is for the state to prove beyond a reasonable doubt each and every material allegation, each and every element of every crime in the indictment that you painstakingly heard me read the first day we started the trial. Now, the judge is going to talk to you about each and every defendant. This defendant, when we started this trial, had a presumption of innocence. Every defendant who exercises his constitutional right to a trial has this presumption of innocence. I like to kind of compare it to a cloak or a jacket. So he walked in on the day we started trial with a suit coat on, with the presumption of innocence, and as the facts, the testimony unfolded, as witnesses testified, as the video from every angle was shown to Detective Shepard, it started getting warmer in this room, and it was pretty warm throughout this trial. But as the evidence and the facts and the testimony continued to come out, that cloak came off. That cloak of innocence went goodbye. Because the state proved, when we rested beyond a reasonable doubt, that this defendant is guilty of each and every count in this indictment. Now, you're going to hear a lot about reasonable doubt, what it means, and a bunch of lawyer jargon. We lawyers tend to use words that should be easy to understand, then we take them and garble them and make them pretty complicated. So reasonable doubt means just what it says, reasonable. It's based on your common sense, your reason, your life experience. It doesn't mean an arbitrary or vague doubt. It's a doubt in which you can give a reason. It's a doubt in which it's reasonable. Now, the state's not required to prove the guilt of the defendant beyond all doubt, beyond a mathematical certainty. There's no equation involved, because the only equation that's involved in this trial, any way that you put it, if you do 2 plus 2, 4 plus 4, whatever it may be, they all equal -1. They all equal -1. Because no matter how you look at it, how you put the facts and the circumstances together, Secoria's gone. She's not coming back. That's the equation that's important in this trial. Reasonable doubt is the doubt of a fair-minded, impartial juror, honestly seeking the truth. Again, you're not going to seek doubt. What does that mean? Apply your life experiences, apply your common sense to what you heard over the last 2 weeks, and that's how you come to your decision. That's what you do back in the deliberation room. The only difference is once the trial ends, once the judge finishes the charge, you guys are in the driver's seat. You don't have to wait on us. There's no breaks because of any conversations that the attorneys have to have, or any sidebars with the judge. You guys are in control, and you guys get to apply all of your life experiences to everything you've heard over the course of this trial. The judge is going to talk to you about the different kinds of evidence, but there's direct and circumstantial evidence, and she's going to explain to you what each one of those is. It's very obvious. Direct evidence is evidence that points immediately to a question at issue. So it's evidence that's tangible. It's photographs, it's the videos, it's documents. It's testimony that you heard come from witnesses as to what they saw, what they heard, what they remembered seeing and hearing on July 4th, 2020. She's also going to talk to you about circumstantial evidence. But as it relates to direct evidence, again, not the 911 calls that you heard, things of that nature. What Omar and Ms. Charmaine were called, how they were able to remember and talk to you about the 911 call that was made that night, and the people they remember seeing surrounding them as they passed the barricades. Circumstantial evidence is proof of facts or circumstances by direct evidence, which you infer other related or connected facts that are reasonable and justified, again, in light of your life experience. Now, I like to provide an example I think we all experienced in life, an everyday experience. So, when I'm one of 4 children, a twin sister. I have a brother who is 16 months younger than me, and then I had a brother who was 6 years younger than me. So my mom had her hands full throughout the years that she was raising us. Now, before my youngest brother was born, it was almost as if my sister, my brother, and myself were triplets, because we were very close in age, and we were pretty wild. So we injured ourselves quite often. And so we were either in the ER, doctor's office, whatever it may be, with a broken arm, busted leg, busted lip, something that needed to be patched up. Now, if you use what we just talked about, direct and circumstantial evidence, circumstantially, if you don't know anything about facts and circumstances, you see my mom bringing all 3 of her children to the hospital or to the doctors injured. And you may draw some inferences based on what you just see, not knowing any of the context or the details. Now, what's interesting is as the doctors would speak to each one of us children, as they would treat each one of our injuries, what they were able to see directly from speaking to us, the injured parties, and my mom, who, unfortunately for her, was an eyewitness to most of our injuries, was that we were crazy 3 kids who couldn't sit still and liked to have fun. And so that's how I like to explain direct and circumstantial evidence and how you apply it and use it. And what the doctors would say beyond a reasonable doubt after we leave, after each visit, that we'd be back. And that my mom had the patience of saying. So that's how you use your life experiences to use direct evidence and circumstantial evidence to come to a conclusion. Exactly what you're going to have to do when you were looking at the facts and the testimony of this case. The judge is also going to tell you that the testimony of a single witness, if believed, is sufficient to establish a fact. Generally, there's no legal requirement of corroboration of a witness, provided you find the evidence to be sufficient. Now, here's a great example of this. You heard from Mr. Christopher McCord. He testified about his experiences in the community, how long he lived in that area near Pryor and University, and his experience on July 4th when he approached the barricade and what he remembered. Now, he remembered that 2 people specifically, one had a shotgun, another had a long rifle, and pointed it in his face to him and his wife as they attempted to pass through. Now, they were able to turn around after Mr. McCord had an exchange of words with who he later identified as the defendant, Detective Shepard, when he told Detective Shepard that the individual he saw on the news conference was the person who pointed that AR-style rifle at his face when he first encountered the barricades. And Mr. McCord's testimony, Mr. McCord's recollection, is further corroborated by the video evidence that you saw painstakingly over and over and over again over the course of this trial. You see this defendant in his very distinctive clothes with his AR-style rifle doing some sort of, looked like a military move, pointing a weapon in the direction of both Mr. and Mrs. McCord, looking as if he's about to engage their vehicle with his AR-15. You are also going to hear about how you're to judge the credibility of witnesses like Mr. McCord.
I'm doing some testing, so I'm trying to get my wabbit bot to time people out. So if you get timed out, don't be mad, be happy, because if you get timed out, that means it's working. I'm trying to get it to work. So if you get timed out, be happy, because that means it's working, and you won't get timed out again, but just know that you got timed out is a good thing because it's working.
How you're to judge the credibility of Detective Shepard, and how Detective Shepard explained to you the process in which he took and how he worked backwards after he got all of the video tracking the defendant because of his distinctive clothing in each one of the videos, in each one of the angles, in order to place him exactly where he told you and where this defendant is at the time that the Jeep Secoriea is traveling and passes the barricade, at the time that Secoriea is shot in the back. The judge is also going to talk to you about statements that you heard previously. It's not a secret. This case is not a case that occurred yesterday. It's a case that occurred in July of 2020. As your common sense will tell you, memories fade. That's why things are reported and things of that nature. That's why you heard about reports and prior statements that were made and talked about during the testimony of this case. Now, the judge is also going to talk to you about identification. And identity is a question of fact for you, ladies and gentlemen, to determine. Your determination of identity is dependent upon the credibility of witnesses or witnesses offered for this purpose. You should consider all the factors previously charged about credibility, which you'll hear about again from the judge at the end of the trial, and the factors you would apply, and the ones we just talked about. And a great way to kind of boil this down is the books when we were kids, the Where's Waldo book. And, at first, you flip through each page, you look for wherever Waldo was, but once you found him, you never couldn't find him again. That's exactly what we have here. And that's exactly what Detective Shepard explained to you, and that's exactly what you saw as it relates to this defendant's distinctive clothing. And once you know where he is, what he's by, and when he's at the barricade, you can then use the contextual clues that you've learned from your previous experience of seeing where this defendant is, what he's wearing, and how he looks. And then you never lose him. And that's exactly what Detective Shepard described. And this is exactly what Detective Shepard first saw in the Martyr video, in photographs during the day prior to being seen in the Martyr video, in the exact same clothing, with the exact same satchel, the exact same gun, same photos, photo. The defendant's photo from his license, and the defendant on the day that he did his press conference, and provided you the statements that he did along with his counsel that referenced his recollection based on not knowing what was eventually found on the video. That statement was made by this defendant and his counsel before he knew there was more than bolo photos from a Martyr video. Before he knew that Detective Shepard had been able to pull video footage from the all-package liquor store, that he was able to pull footage from the BP gas station, and that he was able to pull footage from the two cameras at the warehouse, and that he was able to track the defendant's every move as that car approached the barricade. So when he did this press conference, the distinctive outfit was nothing to him. It was just a gang advertisement for the pirate gangs. He didn't know that Detective Shepard was able to track that red shirt with this distinctive red lettering in each one of the cameras that he described to you. Now I want to talk to you about parties to a crime. And we referenced aspects or parts of this during voir dire jury selection. We're going to talk to you about this. And the judge is going to tell you that every party to a crime may be charged with and convicted of the commission of the crime. A person is a party to a crime only if that person directly commits the crime, intentionally helps the commission of the crime, intentionally advises, encourages, hires, counsels, or procures another to commit the crime. The judge is also going to tell you about, and you heard when we read the indictment, about Jerry McKinney. And the reason this slide is up here, and the reason this chart is given to you, is that you're not to consider Mr. McKinney and his case and what's going on with it. You're just to consider the evidence that you've heard and his role that he played and how he worked in conjunction with this defendant. That's what's important to your analysis, ladies and gentlemen. That's what is important as you view and go through the evidence and remember the testimony. It's the role that Mr. McKinney played and how he worked with this defendant. You're not to consider or worry about what's going on with his case, because his case is for another day and for another jury. Now, you also heard from Detective Shepard about parties to a crime. He gave you an example involving a bank robbery. And I'm sure each one of you remember the example he gave and how he gave it, and the importance it plays in providing an example as to basically the actions of one or the actions of all as you work together. And the way I like to think about it and describe is a team sports example. My brother played football at Wake Forest back when the one season that they were pretty good. They'd gone to the Orange Bowl, and I went to every one of his games. It was a great experience to watch somebody who you care about succeed on such a high level. And why it's something that I am able to utilize when I'm talking to people like you, ladies and gentlemen, is because in a sport like football, it's every player has a role. You've got the quarterback, you've got the defense, the offense, things of that nature.
Bro, I almost broke this shit. Wow, I almost broke Rabbit Bot, bro. I think I broke it. Bro. I got scared, bro. I'm like, I broke it. Bro, this shit flooded the whole chat. I'm like, yo, I broke it. Yo, I thought I broke it. All right, hold on. I think I'm.
And the matter the quarterback throws an 80-yard pass and a touchdown, occurs, 7 points go on the board. It's not 7 points for the quarterback. It's not 7 points for the person who caught it. It's 7 points for the team. Here it was the Demon Deacons. So everyone has to play a role in order for the end goal to occur. And when the end goal occurs or a failure occurs, the entire team accepts the goal or gets to succeed and celebrate or not, but together. It's not just the quarterback getting 7 points or the running back getting the 7 points. It's the whole team, or it's the whole team losing. So everyone plays a role in order to get to the end process, in order to get to the win, or in order to incur the loss. The judge is also going to talk to you about conspiracy. It's very much kind of like parties to a crime. So conspiracy means an agreement between at least two people to commit an unlawful act. That agreement does not have to be something where you shake hands and a verbal of nature. It can be shown through conduct and presence of the parties involved. The presence, companionship, and conduct before and after the commission of the alleged offense may be considered in your determining whether circumstances arise to the point where you think a conspiracy exists. And what does that mean? It basically just means that the things that you do before, during, and after, the actions that people see, the fact that this defendant and the members of his gang and friends showed up to the barricades, worked in tandem as a team to prevent citizens like you, ladies and gentlemen, from traveling down University and Pryor. And at times when people didn't submit to that authority, when people asserted their own independence on July 4th, they were met with threats and they were met with violence. And Secoriea was met with the ultimate violence. She paid the ultimate price for the lack of submission to their authority. Like I said, the agreement may be expressed, meaning it can be written, things of that nature, but it also can be an unspoken understanding. It can be a group of people, as we heard yesterday, at times, all showed up for the same cause, all did similar, the same actions in the sense that they didn't have an agreement where they wrote down on a piece of paper they were going to not let people pass through the barricade. But the unspoken understanding was the fact that they all participated and didn't let people go through the barricades, and there were consequences that they all worked together to provide.
Just got some help, and hopefully it works this time. So if anybody type in the chat, they should get timed out. If anybody type in the chat right now, they should get timed out for 60 seconds. Let's hope it works.
Individuals who didn't assert to their authority, to individuals who didn't submit to their dominance. But the evidence showed during the last 2 weeks.
Ooh, we lit.
That this defendant
It works.
And his
It works. It works. Okay. Hold on. Let me turn it off. Let me turn it off before y'all get mad. Let me turn it off before y'all get mad. We lit. All right. Everybody that just got timed out, you guys gonna be back. You will be back in 60 seconds, okay? Ladies and gentlemen, it works. I'm lit. I just got some help. And I figured out what it was. And it works. Rabbitbot will be timing people out. Thank you. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you.
Their co-conspirators, named and unnamed, known and unknown, through their actions, their words, both had an agreement to participate in a legal barricade. When they did that, they refused to allow citizens to travel through University and Pryor. And if anyone attempted to disrespect them, if anyone attempted to travel through those barricades, they were met with violence. That's what we saw. That's what the defendant's actions are boiled down to on July 4th of 2020. How do we know there were 2 or more conspirators? You've got video evidence. You've got video evidence from angles everywhere. You've got 3, 4, 5 people at the barricade at the time. You've got the defendant shooting with 3 of the people he had been guarding the barricade with through the evening of July 4th. You've got the examples of the agreement with the aggravated assault that was incurred on the McCourts. You've got McCourts leaving. You've got 1, 2, Mr. McKinney, 3 individuals with guns, all working in tandem, all following the fleeing McCourts. All an example of an agreement by 2 or more conspirators. What the agreement does not require, as we talked about, written or it doesn't have to be written or oral. It doesn't have to be anything that necessarily has to be said. You don't have to write a contract with details. It can just be an understood thing where, like this situation, you stand at a barricade with your AR and you don't let people through, and you commit acts of violence when they don't submit. And the judge is going to talk to you about, and you're going to hear about the elements of all the crimes that you heard in the indictment that were read to you at the beginning of this trial. She's going to talk to you about count 1, murder. She's going to talk to you about counts 2 and 3, which are felony murders, and the predicate offenses or acts for each one of those felony murders, that being the aggravated assault, the deadly weapon on Secoriea Turner, and then count 7, which is the criminal damage to property in first degree for the shooting of the Jeep that Secoriea was riding in when she was killed. You're going to hear about the aggravated assaults in counts 5 and 6 that Omar Ivory and Charmaine Turner experienced when their car was fired on, the same car they were traveling with little Secoriea. You're going to hear about count 8, possession of a firearm during the commission of a felony. And you're going to hear about counts 9, 10, 11, and 12, and then 17, 18, 19, and 20 about those specific charges involving participation in criminal street gang activity and the different subsections that the judge will read and tell you the elements as it relates to each one of those charges. Then you're going to hear about counts 13 and 14, which we talked a little bit about today, about the aggravated assault that McCourts experienced when they first encountered the barricade with guns being pointed and threatened because of the disrespect they were showing for beginning to travel through the barricade, and then the aggravated assaults that you actually saw that were committed on the video by this defendant and Jerry McKinney when they were pointing their firearms at both Mr. and Mrs. McCourt as they drove away. And the judge is going to tell you that with every one of the crimes in this indictment, specifically murder, intent is an essential element of any crime that must be proved by the state beyond a reasonable doubt. It may be shown in many ways, provided before you, ladies and gentlemen, by facts and evidence from the witness stand, from physical pieces of evidence that are entered during the course of the trial from different witnesses, and you may infer from the proven circumstances or by acts and conduct, or maybe in your discretion infer what is the natural and necessary consequence of the act. So what does that mean? The natural and necessary consequence of pointing your AR-style rifle and pulling the trigger at least 8 times as a car, in this instance, a Jeep, where Secoriea was seated in the back, just playing on her phone, watching TikTok. That when you fire that weapon, that high velocity rifle into that vehicle, the natural and necessary consequence, it's going to hit somebody. It's going to hit the driver. In this instance, it could hit Charmaine, and in this instance, it did hit Secoriea Turner. And the natural and necessary consequence of getting shot with an AR-style rifle is death, is murder. It does not mean the intention to violate the law or to violate a criminal statute. It means simply the intention to commit the act that is prohibited by the statute. The state must prove that this defendant caused the death of another person, here, 8-year-old Secoriea Turner, unlawfully and with malice aforethought. The judge is going to talk to you about what that very antiquated term malice aforethought means. Malice is not necessarily ill will or hatred. Rather, it's the unlawful intent to kill. You may find malice in the circumstances show that this defendant acted with deliberate intention to unlawfully take the life of another person, to deliberately fire his high-velocity rifle into a car that's carrying 3 people that led to the death of Secoriea Turner. The judge is also going to tell you that malice can be shown where there does not appear to be significant provocation, and all the circumstances show what is called an abandoned and malignant heart. What does that mean? It means you have no regard for human life. And that's exactly what you saw in this instance. When you take your gun and fire your rifle at least 8 times at an unsuspecting car, that's what we call an abandoned and malignant heart. That's when you take someone's car, throw it on the ground, and you stomp on it. That's all it is. It's when you have absolutely no regard for human life, when you have absolutely no regard for a little girl who's just trying to get home to play with her cousins. The judge is going to tell you that murder, the state doesn't have to prove premeditation to prove murder. If the killing is done with malice, it is murder regardless of how brief the malicious intent existed with no specific length of time. The judge is going to tell you he formed an instant in a moment that if malice was in the defendant's mind at the time of the act of killing and moved the defendant to do so, that's enough for the killing to be murder here in the state of Georgia. The state does not have to prove a motive. I would submit to you, ladies and gentlemen, there was motive. The motive was clear. It was the defendant, his members of his illegal barricade militia felt disrespected, and because of that disrespect, they just opened fire on the vehicle that Secoriea was just riding home in. The judge is also going to tell you and give you the elements of felony murder. And felony murder, you can find it in counts 2 and 3. And with felony murder, there's always going to be a predicate act. In this instance, the predicate acts are aggravated assault and criminal damage to property in the first degree. And the judge is going to tell you, unlike malice murder, felony murder, no proof of malice is required. You don't have to show you express or implied malice, we just talked about. There's no intent to cause the death. That's not required. What's required is that if the death occurred while the defendant was engaged in the performance of a felony act, an aggravated assault, criminal damage to property in the first degree, shooting into that vehicle, and someone dies as a result of it, that's felony murder. Again, that's the natural and necessary and expected consequences of an act, such as the one that this defendant committed on July 4th, 2020. And again, the predicate acts are aggravated assault and criminal damage to property. The judge is going to tell you about what aggravated assault with a deadly weapon is. Pretty straightforward, self-explanatory for once. It's an assault with a deadly weapon. The judge is going to say that as a matter of law, a firearm, a rifle, a handgun, things of that nature are considered a deadly weapon as a matter of law. To constitute an assault, actual injury need not be shown. The evidence only must show that the defendant attempted to commit a violent injury to the person of another. As it relates to little Secoriea Turner, her mother Charmaine, and Omar Ivory, we have both. We obviously have a devastating injury caused to Secoriea that ended her life. But then you have no injury, but obviously the intent to provide a violent injury was there and provided as it relates to both Charmaine and Mr. Ivory. They just got lucky. They survived. You're also going to see 2 counts, count 13 and count 14, with the very same charges, very same elements as it relates to the McCords, Samantha, and Christopher. And as you saw on the video, after that distinctive clothing was seen in the Marty video, and as Detective Shepard described, black do-rag, twist, red shirt, white lettering on the shirt, AR style, firearm, black satchel, light pants, and a light-skinned individual. 8 identifying characteristics that he looked for painstakingly in every video, in every second, in every footage you watched. Now, the judge is going to tell you about criminal damage to property in the first degree, exactly what it sounds like it is. Knowingly, without authority, interfering with somebody else's property, and while doing so, you do it in such a manner you endanger human life. You be straightforward. Take an AR rifle, fire it into a Jeep, in this instance, endangering the lives of everybody in that vehicle and ending the life of Secoriea Turner. Shooting that vehicle all along the driver's side 8 times. Shoot to the driver's side back. The judge is also going to talk about the possession of the firearm and commission of felony. Again, not a mystery. The state must prove that the defendant had a firearm on his person or within arm's reach of his person while committing. The judge is going to tell you at least one of the following acts we talked about here today: murder, felony murder, aggravated assault with a deadly weapon as it relates to both Ms. Turner and Mr. Ivory, and then the courts, and then criminal damage to property in the first degree where the defendant was using his rifle as he described in his video that you saw during the testimony of Special Agent Coleman in a berserk way as he took that gun and fired it 8 times at Charmaine's Jeep. And here, just some photographs of the defendant with his firearm as he's committing the aggravated assaults against both Mr. and Mrs. McCord. Showing the defendant in the exact same clothing that Detective Shepard described that you just saw in a different angle. Still holding that firearm during the felonies just described. And the judge is going to talk to you about the remaining counts 9, 10, 11, and 12, 17, 18, 19, and 20, which involve the violation of the Street Gang and Terrorism Prevention Act, the gang counts in the indictment. The judge is going to talk to you about each one of the subsections subsection A, B, and then subsection E. You're going to hear about the elements of each one of these counts as it relates to what's required for subsection A, what's required for subsection B, and what's required for subsection E. The judge is going to define and give you information as it relates to participation in criminal street gang activity and what that means. The judge is going to tell you that person commits the offense of the violation of the Georgia Street Gang Terrorism and Prevention Act, the gang count, when that person, while associated with a criminal street gang, the Pyru Bloods, commits a crime that constitutes criminal gang activity. What's criminal gang activity? In this case, the judge is going to tell you it means commission, attempted commission, or conspiracy to commit, which we've talked about, any offense that involves violence, aggravated assault, for example, murder, felony murder, and the possession of a weapon or use of a weapon. And here, like we just talked about, murder, felony murder, aggravated assault with a deadly weapon, criminal damage to property in first degree, and possession of a firearm during the commission of those same certain felonies. And the judge is going to tell you, you are to consider criminal gang activity. I'm just going to talk to you about the tools that you are to utilize when you go back to, during deliberations and how you are to consider and how criminal gang activity can be shown. The judge is going to tell you that the commission of any offense that would constitute criminal gang activity by any member or associate of an alleged criminal street gang, here at the Pyru Bloods, and that you are able to make that determination as it relates to whether there's the existence of a criminal street gang and criminal street gang activity by looking at those offenses, by utilizing the information that was provided by Special Agent Coleman, the information that was provided by this defendant and his Instagram, as it relates to his membership and association with the Pyru Bloods. The judge is going to tell you for the subsection A counts 9 and 17 that the state must show beyond a reasonable doubt the existence of a criminal street gang, here the Pyru Bloods, that the defendant is associated with that criminal street gang, the Pyru Bloods. He told you that in his own words and what Special Agent Coleman described as his autobiography, outlining his gang membership not only in the Pyru Bloods, but in the G-Shine sect of the Bloods prior to that. And then the judge is going to talk to you about that the defendant committed or participated in criminal gang activity, and that the state showed a nexus or connection between the crimes that were committed, the aggravated assault, the murder, the felony murder, and the interest of furthering the entrance of that gang. And here, as Detective Coleman talked about during his testimony, it was clear that the acts that were committed, the acts that killed Secoriea Turner, were all due to the disrespect that was shown to this defendant and the members of his gang. That they didn't stop, they didn't bow down, they didn't submit to the authority of this defendant on July 4th, and they paid consequences for it. It's as simple as that. She's going to tell you for counts 10 and 18, which is subsection B of our gang act, that the state must show the existence, again, of a criminal street gang, that the defendant is, again, associated with that criminal street gang, and that the defendant participated, again, in criminal gang activity. And he did all of that in order to maintain and increase his status or position in the gang. And you heard from Special Agent Coleman about how one increases and maintains his status or position in their gang. It's not about rank, he told you. It's not about things of that nature. It's about doing things in a highly visible manner. And because of that, you gain respect. You put in the work, and people watch you put in the work, the way Special Agent Coleman described it, which is exactly what happened here. This was, as we heard from Ms. Salloway yesterday, this was a crowded area. It had been crowded since the death of Rayshard Brooks. I think she said she started going to that location at University and Pryor the very next day on June 13th. And then from June 13th on, it was her core. I think she said 10 to 20 people. And then every day, hundreds of other people showed up to protest and support the movement as it relates to the social injustice, as she described, for George Floyd and Rayshard Brooks. And at some point, this defendant took that movement over. That on July 4th of 2020, this defendant and the members of his armed militia took that movement over and turned it into a deadly celebration on the 4th of July. But it's as simple as that. And did that in front of all of those people, as you saw in the video, and as was described by Detective Shepard, as was described during Special Agent Coleman's testimony. And then lastly, counts 11, 12, 19, and 20, which are your subsection E of our Criminal Street Gang Act statute. Again, the obvious, the existence of a criminal street gang, that the defendant encouraged another to participate in criminal gang activity, and that the defendant was at the time an associate of the criminal street gang here, the Pirate Blood. The judge is going to tell you that as it relates to the term participate, that it means to take part in something, to share in something. Clearly, they were all taking part and sharing in the blocking of this road, the prevention of citizens of being able to travel freely about the area of Pryor and University. It's not complicated as it relates to the elements of this crime because of the obvious nature and the in-your-face ways that this defendant and the members of his wannabe militia acted on July 4th of 2020. Acted unknowingly that it was being recorded by the local businesses and areas around, thinking that their dominance wasn't going to be collected by video evidence, that they would be able to continue to dominate that area without any consequence, without Detective Shepard being able to go through the hours of footage to find his distinctive clothing. The judge is going to talk to you also about what a criminal street gang is here, as you learned through Special Agent Coleman. The existence of a criminal street gang can be established by evidence of the common name, the Pirate Blood, the Bloods, and the signs and symbols, tattoos, the graffiti, and things of that nature, attire that gang utilizes and advertises with to get their customs and behaviors out to the members of the public, and here out to the people at Pryor University, and the fear that they wanted to spread that evening. Some examples that Special Agent Coleman described as related specifically to the Pirate Bloods. Ad nauseam, he talked about the red color, the red attire, red tattoos, things of that nature, the 5-point star, and the red accents in the tattoo. The Elm Street reference, the 700 block reference, the 365, the anniversary for the members of that gang, red bandanas. And he described the distinctive characteristics of not Bloods, but the Pirate Bloods, and their distinguishing and distinctive characteristic is their violent ways in which they spread their dominance, in which they assert their authority, which is exactly what you saw on July 4th of 2020. Nothing different, nothing unexpected. And I was thinking about an example as it relates to the defendant's tattoos. You heard on the cross of Special Agent Coleman about the ice skate tattoo that was across the defendant's hand. And you heard a number of questions from the defense counsel, Mr. Hoover, about this ice skate and what it means and its company and things of that nature. And all of that may be very true. And you heard Mr. Hoover talk about some characteristics that I think he said he had a 5-point star tattooed somewhere on the body, and then he talked about his family from Chicago. And I couldn't remember the last thing that he said as it relates to trying to compare the defendant's ice skate to the use of ice skate on his hand, and then the use of it along with other gang characteristics in his Instagram. But I was thinking, Mr. Hoover's exactly right. So the fact that he has a 5-point star, that he's from Chicago, I think he said his dad's name is, I can't remember, or his last name is Hoover. That doesn't make him a gang member because he's got a 5-point star and he's from Chicago. And the last characteristic he said, because he doesn't incorporate that, or he doesn't use that in conjunction with gang activity. He doesn't use that to advertise gang membership like this defendant did. He would write I skate with mob. He'd write I skate and then put, Elm Street block 700. I mean, that's the point. I have a 5 on my wrist. It means nothing but 5. But if I was to put that 5 on my wrist of on a photograph next to Elm Street Bloods, well, you're sending a message. That's the point that Special Agent Coleman was making. Not that everyone has a 5-point star, everyone has a red, whatever, 5 on their arm, or a tattoo that could be considered, a gang identifier is a gang identifier. It's what it's used in conjunction with. It's the behaviors, it's the language, it's the message that you send along with your tattoo, which is exactly what this defendant did throughout his Instagram. He talked to you about some of the graffiti that he saw in relation to the area at Wendy's where Mr. Brooks was killed. He talked about the identifiers that relate to Mr. Brooks being a member of the Pirate Bloods, and that being the purpose and why the members of Pirate Blood gathered in this area, and the things that he saw. Then he talked to you about what we just referenced, some of the common signs and symbols of members of Pirate Bloods, all found in the defendant's Instagram, Exhibit 153. Coleman talked to you about those hand signs, what they mean, the message and the significance that they are to the members of the Ivory Bloods and this defendant, Julie Conley. He talked to you about each one of these hand signs and why it was important to his analysis. That this defendant was a gang member, this defendant used his gang membership to commit criminal acts. Why the tattoos on his body were significant as it relates to his ultimate opinion and conclusions. We talked about the background of not only Bloods, but specifically the Pirate Blood set, and how and why it's a criminal street gang. We talked about this defendant as he referenced his autobiography, and as you can see, admitting to the Pirate Blood, that before he was Pirate Blood, he was in G-Shine, set in Bloods. And it's not even something sent to him. It's only his autobiography because he's the author, ladies and gentlemen. He is sending that and letting whoever he's sending it to know his affiliation and his background. The judge, as we talked about, as we talked to you about the use of firearms, the possession of firearms, and how that relates to criminal gang activity. We saw firearms all throughout this defendant's Instagram, having, needing, and his want for the back.
Play nigga, keep a gun. I keep a Glock G-lock in my back pocket. Pocket rocket, let it pop it, let it go berserk. Blood stains on my shooting on my t-shirt. Said a nigga moving pounds, but it's sweet work. Yeah.
That video, I played it a couple times, especially with Coleman. I want to play it again for you, ladies and gentlemen, today, because that video describes exactly what this defendant did on July 4th of 2020. He used his gun, and as he described, he let it go berserk, so he hid stains of blood on his shirt. And on July 4th of 2020, the stains, the blood on his shirt was of an 8-year-old child. An 8-year-old child. 8-year-old Secoriea Turner. Again, there's more photographs, firearms. After the incident, this defendant is seen again 2 hours later. Same shirt, same satchel, same firearm. And ultimately, Detective Coleman, or Special Agent Coleman, talked to you about the circumstances surrounding why this defendant was there, why members of his gang were there, why that territory was important to the Ivory Bloods. And they engaged in this pattern of criminal conduct, that they were blocking the roadways, that if you didn't submit, that you were threats of violence and actual violence was imposed upon you for not submitting to their authority. And then lastly, as it relates to subsection E, the judge is going to talk to you about, again, the existence of a criminal street gang being required, and that the defendant encouraged another to participate in criminal gang activity, and that the defendant was at the time an associate or member of the criminal street gang here at the Ivory Bloods. What do we know about July 4th of 2020? We know that this defendant was asserting authority with members of his gang. He was doing so he could control the area of Pryor and University, that people would submit the power and the authority that he exhibited and exuded, and if he didn't, in his eyes, disrespect. And anyone who disrespected him either met with violence, threats, and in this instance, death. Little Secoriea Turner died because her vehicle just attempted to go home. Little Secoriea Turner died just because she wanted to go play with her cousins. And if that wasn't convenient for this defendant. Now, in a moment, I'm going to sit down and the defendants will have an opportunity to address each and every one of you. And then Ms. Young will have an opportunity to go through all the facts and circumstances from July 4th of 2020 and everything that you heard as it relates to the testimony and the evidence during this trial. Thank you.
To the chat. Sorry, I was busy typing away. All right, so that's the defense. That's the prosecutor's closing statements. Let me check the original video and see how it went.
But
Okay. So right after that, the defense went. Right after that, the defense went and did his. So,
yes,
Okay, go ahead.
yes,
all
That's fine,
right,
yes.
all right. So we can use the clips for now because it's the same thing. Shout out to the chat. Shout out to the chat. The defense, ladies and gentlemen, the defense.
We've gone from gang to armed militia. And I guess if we go much longer, we'll be a terrorist organization.
Cam's butterfly, what up?
But, as I said
Flip.
a week ago, when you rush to justice by rushing to
Rushing to
Julian,
Julian.
you disregard the fact that the math, the mom, and the man behind the wheel all agree. Julian did not do it. When you rush to justice by rushing to Julian, and Detective Shepard is your shepherd, you end up lost in lies, half-truths, conflation, and exaggeration. Detective Shepard could not utter a sentence without a noun, a verb, and Julian calmly did it. A noun, a verb, red distinctive shirt, did it. A noun, a verb, red distinctive shirt, white distinctive writing, dangling AR-15 in a satchel. Detective Jarion Shepard, Jaronshepard, sat there, blue suit, gray shirt, blue and yellow tie, dangling lies, half-truths, conflation, and exaggeration dangling from his tongue. Okay, my name is Arnold Regas, and I am proud that I am joined by Mr. Sean Hoover.
This guy doing the most.
Roderick. And it is the pride of our lives and careers to stand next to this young man, Julian Conley, and his family, while they stand next to Shepard. A man who wouldn't know the truth if it smacked him in the face, unless it took less than 8 days to find it. Because the investigation took 9 days, except when he sat in that seat, he may have said, oh, I may have done that in 8 days. Julian deserves better than 8 days. You deserve better than 8 days.
Can't help it, man.
If you think I'm here to play around with y'all, God damn it, I'm not. The evidence is going to show.
Put on that show, lawyer. Put on that goddamn show. Listen, this why I watch Perry Mason. This why I watch Matlock. This why I love Law and Order. When these lawyers start acting a fool. When these lawyers start acting and putting on a show and they get all animated, I'll be like, yes. Let's go. Now, this is entertainment. This is that stuff I see on TV. Hey, listen, this is when I'm entertained, yo. When the lawyers start doing all this, you swear he went to acting class? You like, God damn, the lawyer doing all kinds of dances and stuff. Like, yeah. This a good one. Come on, lawyer.
Secoriea and her family deserve better than 8 days. You talk about that beautiful young girl wanting to go to Spelman, loving to dance, loving to love, loving life. And you take 8 days to investigate. He sat there, blue suit, gray shirt, blue and yellow tie, dangling lies, dishonesty, deception, half-truths, conflation, and exaggeration. And I apologize, I'm emotional. I'm loud. I can't help that. I know the state said it's not about emotion, it's not about passion. But I'm gonna be big, I can't help that. I am a poor kid from the projects of New Orleans, the Callio Project, and this is just who I am. But when you rush to justice by rushing to Julian and Shepard is your shepherd, you're left with lies, half-truths, exaggeration, and conflation. And he knows it. He knows it. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I like red too. My fraternity loves red. Sometimes I walk around with my red backpack and I'll hear judges talk about you in that red backpack. I see you walking all down the street with that red backpack. It's the first thing I notice. Before I notice your 6'4" person behind in chambers, I notice that red backpack. Because it kind of stands out. Well, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, and I don't do this to be hokey or corny or inflammatory, but this case is brought to you today, or my closing is brought to you today, by the color red. A few years ago, 2 years ago, my wife and I went to a football game. We went to see the University of Georgia play. Really good seats. But the problem is, they were on the visitor side. And I bought this red jacket to stand out to show my support for Georgia. And I thought it would make me distinctive when I watched the game in the opposing side. But it didn't. Because it was a Peach Bowl a couple of years ago, and they were playing Ohio State, and they wore red too. I didn't stand out at all. I bought this bright red jacket for nothing. Because I sat there and there was nothing distinctive. It was just me and a sea of red. But the case talks a great deal about the distinctive red shirt, and I will try to get it right from the lips of Shepard. Red shirt, distinctive white lettering, light colored jeans, satchel, dangling AR as he sat there in a blue suit and gray shirt and yellow tie, dangling lies, half-truths, conflation, and exaggeration. I don't know where to begin with him. But I'll do it in less than 8 days. Because I don't want to take too much of his time, because on the 9th day, I guess he has something else to do. 8 days! Secoriea deserves so much more. As I said, I'm a poor kid from the Calliope. And I don't have a brother or a sister, I'm an only child. But I have daughters. I'm a girl dad. I have 2 daughters. I am a girl granddad. I have a girl granddaughter, Ava. Secoriea should have gone to Spelman. My daughter, my younger daughter, went to an HBCU. She didn't go to Spelman, she went to Howard. HU, you know. And to say that it took me 9 or 8 days. Because within that 8 days, he had clues upon which he never acted upon. Within that 9 days, he was told things that he did not bother to pursue. But first, we're going to talk about a few of his lies as he sat there with that smug face. He talked about the fact that Omar Ivory showed him some pictures of the people he saw shoot. But when that man, Detective 1, with a blue suit and gray shirt and blue-yellow tie, with lies, insanity, conflation, and correlation dangling from his lips, when he sat in his seat, after he raised his right hand and swore to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, he sat in his very seat and said to you, yeah, Omar came to me, there was some information he got offline, and all he did was pass it along to me.
I'm so sorry. Did this guy just go and sit in the witness seat? Wait. Am I saying this correctly? Is the lawyer Did he just go and sit in the witness seat? Oh, this guy is great. Oh, this guy. Hey, this guy good. This guy. Bruh. I'm sorry. Okay. I'm sorry. Let's get back.
After he raised his right hand and swore to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, he sat in his very seat and said to you, yeah, Omar came to me. There was some information he got offline, and all he did was pass it along to me, but he couldn't confirm any of it. It is hard to tell two lies in one sentence. He managed. Lie one. Omar was merely passing along information. No, what Omar was doing was saying, here are the two people who shot. They're circled. One is tall and dark with a beard. The other is short and light-skinned with dreads or twists. That is what he said. And then that man who sat there with the blue suit and gray shirt and blue and yellow ties with lines dangling from his lips then went on to say, but he couldn't confirm any of it. Lie number two, because when Omar sat there, Omar said, I definitely told him, those are the two people I saw. When Detective Shepard said, did you see him with your own eyes? Omar said, hell yeah, I saw him. I don't lie about nothing like that, dog. Hell yeah, I saw him. Those two people I have circled. Those are the two people who shot Secoriea. Dressed in black, dressed like bounty hunters. That is what Omar said, but what he said was, just passed along the note. Couldn't confirm anything. One sentence, two lies.
I know you hot. Take it off, man. Take that. I know you hot. Wait. He about to put on another.
I bought this to go to a...
You know he got a hoodie over there too. Is he gonna put on a hoodie next? Now that I realize what he doing, you remember he dumped a bunch of clothes out. He put on one and he just went for another one. There's more in there. This man about to put on. Yo, let's watch him work. Hey, let this man work, ladies and gentlemen. Let the man work.
Fraternity function about 30 years ago. Once again, it wasn't distinctive because everybody was dressed like me. And then Detective Shepard said about the McCords. The McCords, he identified that person went to his car. He said that person had on red when he went to his car with the shotgun. That was not true. The McCords, Mr. McCord, said that a person came to his window with a shotgun wearing black. And another person was standing in front of the car wearing black. Now, I want to be clear. I know nothing about guns. Despite what I do, I know nothing about guns. But people keep telling me there's a big difference between shotguns and rifles. Fine. But no one ever said anything about Julian with a shotgun. It was always red shirt, white distinctive writing, light jeans, satchel, dangling, not a rifle. But he sat there and said the McCords identified him in his red. Untrue. But when you rush to justice by rushing to Julian, sometimes the truth doesn't matter. And when Shepard is your shepherd, it certainly will not. So let's talk about what they said.
There you go. There goes the. I knew it. I knew a third one was coming because I realized, okay, this is what he doing. He about to just start changing clothes like JC out there. Just change clothes and go. He just going, all right.
They said They saw the barricade. They went around the barricade. I think Omar said he may have slowed down for a second, but then he accelerated around the barricade. And that's when they saw people there. The people were saying, whoa, 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 as if to try to get them to stop. But then Omar proceeded through that barricade, sped up, went a little faster, and went through that barricade. And when he went through that barricade, people started shooting. They got down to that second barricade, and eventually they got to a place and they stopped. And they turned around. And about 3 or 4 minutes later, they came back through the area. They came back through that area where those bullets had met them once before. And then he said he drove to the hospital with 2 flat tires along that ride. Whether they were shot out or what, we will never know. But 2 flat tires. He got to the hospital. And that's when he got out again. He started talking about, I'm gonna get me a lawyer. He said that what he told you, I'm gonna get me an attorney. The attorney went inside. And then you heard from the officer, first one on the scene, the first one, that the first description he got was of people in black. People in black, or a person in black. And then a day or so later, Detective Shepard, went and talked to the families. He said he wanted to give them time, so he went and talked to them. And what he said, when he testified, was that Ms. Turner mentioned a couple of different people. She mentioned a person in black, but she mentioned a light-skinned person with twists. I think, I won't call that a lie, but as the saying goes, there are lies, there are damn lies, and there are half-truths. Well, that was a half-truth. That was a half-truth. Because what Ms. Turner said was that there was a light-skinned person with twists, wearing all black. Keep in mind that that is the identical thing that Omar told him of the person that was circled. Light-skinned person, short with dreads. Nothing different. But when he testified, he failed to mention the part about her saying that that person, the light-skinned person with dreads, that Omar described and showed to him was wearing all black. Because you rush to justice by rushing to Jews, and shepherd is your shepherd. Truth don't really matter.
Did he just say shepherd is your shepherd? Oh, these bars. Hold on. He need a Don DeMarco.
Bang, bang, bang.
Shit like that.
Did he just say shepherd is your shepherd? Bars, okay?
You rush to justice by rushing to Jews, and shepherd is your shepherd. Truth don't really matter. She said all black. And then, at another point, she said black pants and a white t-shirt. Never did she ever say the word red. Speaking of red, I feel a little ridiculous now.
You're ridiculous. Why you feel ridiculous? Because you was wearing red? What? I don't understand.
She never mentioned the word red. And then, of course, as we talked about, when Detective Shepard, their shepherd, met with Omar later that day with that picture, he never mentioned the word red. I like red. I think red stands out. Red is the kind of color you notice. You notice red. There's a person sitting on the second row now. I don't even have to look, but I know that she has on red. I know that when the McCords got out of that car, Mrs. McCord had on red. They talked a great deal in their opening about distinctive red. How distinctive is it, yet no one noticed it? And that's because the math, the mom, and the man behind the wheel all agree. Julian didn't do it. Because had he done something, they would have said the dude in the red shot, that guy in the red shot. The guy in the red put a gun to my face. But what you have here are quite a few failures. As the state just talked about, gang, inflammatory word, gang, and more inflammatory words, armed militia. There's an elephant in the room. And I don't mean Delta. There's an elephant in the room. The city of Atlanta abandoned them. The city of Atlanta said, y'all good over there. So when you talk about this armed militia, when you talk about this gang, when you talk about this, may I call them a terrorist organization, beat them to the punch. Talk about the failure of your government. Abandon them. You heard that detective say that, yeah, they call that an autonomous zone. It makes sense to me. We didn't even go over there. We left them alone. Shepard even, I'm sorry, let me give him his proper respect. Blue suit, gray shirt, blue and yellow tie with lies and dishonesty and half-truths dangling from his tongue. Even he said it was an autonomous zone. They abandoned him and came up with a really catchy word, a catchy phrase for it. No, that's abandonment. You don't get to rebrand your dereliction of duty and blame someone else for it. They weren't there with guns by choice. They were there because in their minds they had no choice because the city of Atlanta abandoned them. The city failed them. And you talk about it being a gang and a militia. Did you hear Miss Alloway yesterday? Did you hear the anguish in her voice? Did you hear her tell you that we were there because of injustice? We had George Floyd, Ahmaud Arbery, Rayshard Brooks.
Opiate.
And that's why they were there. She went to that Wendy's the day after it burned down, after
Dimitri Lovelace, what up?
killed Rayshard Brooks. But ask a rhetorical question. Why do people say Black Lives Matter? Why did Black Lives Matter become a rallying point? A dumb example. My wife and I were in China once. And one of us said, why do I see no Chinese food restaurants here? Well, because it's just called food in China. Because it's there, you know it's there. Why do people say Black Lives Matter? Why does it become a rallying cry? Because they feel Black lives don't. They have to say it over and over again, convince themselves, and maybe they'll convince others. We matter. That's why.
I'm sorry. I can't do this. I gotta say something. Sir, is your client the same guy who have video of all these black guys stabbing another black guy as they stand around watching and cheering, stabbing other black guys for the gang shit? How the Black Lives Matter to who? Okay, I digress.
She said they were there. It had nothing to do with gang activity. It had nothing to do with being an armed militia. It had everything to do with saying we matter. See us, feel us, understand us, if you will. And that's why they were there. She told you that every day. It was a group of 10 or 20 of us every day, but then every other day, hundreds or so people may come by and take pictures and tag themselves. It had zero to do with gangs and everything to do with community. Did you hear the video they played of the bus? And man went to that bus and said, wait a minute, they're for the community. Let them through. They're for the community. Because that's what it was about. It was about community. It was about, damn it, our lives matter. See us, feel us. And perhaps, if you will, try to understand us. That's why they were there. And to call that an armed militia to diminish that, to gain, taking over that barricade. No, Miss Alloway told you she was there too with her AR.
My cheeks, they're in the vertical live. They're in the vertical live. That's why you can't see them.
Because finish that, to gain, taking over that barricade. No, Miss Alloway told you she was there too with her AR. Because our government abandoned them. Our government failed them. Our government said, nah, dog, y'all good over there. In fact, even after the shooting of that beautiful little girl, even after, they didn't come. They went to a staging area a half mile away. The man with the lies dangling from his tongue told you that it was about 12:30 or 1 o'clock before he got there. Well, it happened at 9:45. But the city abandoned them. 9:45, and they got there 1 o'clock or so. They went to a staging area. But even worse, at some time prior to 9:40 is when the McCords say they went there. And we know the McCords went there. We know the McCords called the police. They called the police. And the police, they worked a half mile away. Query me this. Had y'all gone there when she called? Had they gone there when the McCords called? Had your police responded when the McCords called?
He got a point on that. He got a point. You know what, ladies and gentlemen? I have to say, he made a very valid point. If you think about it, if when the McCords made that call, if police was to go on that scene, Secoriea probably wouldn't have been, but then again, it was only 4 minutes later, right? It was only like 4 minutes later. I don't even think the police would have got there in time to even, I'm sorry, the timing, yeah. Anyway, we're going to go back. I'm going to be quiet.
No, it's a failure on so many levels. You know, we watched that video, and I believe we played all of it. It's 10 minutes from 9:40 to 9:50 on University Avenue from camera 2, and we're going to show it again. When I asked that first officer, when I said the mood was festive, wasn't it? Or they may have asked him, and he's like, with this day, I didn't find anything festive about it. There were kids doing cartwheels. I didn't see anybody doing cartwheels. There were people cooking out. You can call it that if you want. The disdain in his voice for the people left abandoned. I have to give Detective Shepard credit for one thing. For a bit of humor. When Ms. Broderick asked, weren't there kids there? His response was, I didn't see the kids. I call that a small adult. Huh? Well, when you watch the video, you'll see that small adult doing cartwheels and backflips. Because small adults love cartwheels and backflips, clearly. But he couldn't even admit that. He couldn't even admit that. But they talk about this was gang activity. I don't have a lot to offer you. I don't have a lot to offer you. The one thing that means everything to me when I stand before you humbly, to the extent I can be humble. But when I stand before you humbly, the one thing I offer you, the one thing, and that's credibility. Because that's the kind of thing that when you lose it, I don't think you get it back. And I don't know that you deserve to get it back. And I want to maintain my credibility. I don't want to say anything to you that's not true. And I hope I don't by mistake somehow. But credibility is everything to me. And when that man looked at that video and saw cartwheels and said, I didn't see adults. I didn't see children. I saw small adults. Come on. Come on. As he sat there with that smug look on his face. But now is the time I would love to be able to walk over here and look at Julian and look at his family. I would love to be able to say, Julian was not in the game. He was just a gapper. He was just a pretty new. That's all he was. He was just a gapper. But I can't. Not credibly. I am not going to do There Were No Children, There Were Small Adults thing for you. You deserve better. He deserves better. Deserve better. Julian was in the game. Julian was a dumb 19-year-old kid from the suburbs with law enforcement parents who decided that he wanted to be a pirate. Julian was a dumb 19-year-old who decided he wanted to be a rap dog. I don't know if kids say dog anymore. He wants to put on the grill and grab the mic and rap about niggas and bitches and all that stuff because he was a dumb 19-year-old. A dumb 19-year-old say they say was the leader of the pack. They say when he went to that bus with that older dark-skinned black guy who was saying, y'all have committed, y'all going through. They say, oh, that's Julian's leading that. Julian is leading that. See, that's just... I am not going to lose my credibility for the sake of any case. But when you rush to justice by rushing to Julian, and you can't bother waiting for 10 days, 10 days is too many, the things like truth and credibility are out the window. But they call that a game. Because when this happened, July 4th of 2020, 5 years ago, and whoever was up with the charges, and they went to our district attorney's office, a year or so later, they said, it looks good, it looks good, it looks really good, but you need to add something. Can you take this and see if you can find a gang angle to it? And then it was turned over to Homeland Security and whoever to look for a gang angle. To look for a gang angle, to search for a gang angle. Let's check his Instagram. Let's see what Instagram says. And Instagram said a lot. Instagram said he was a dumb 19-year-old looking to be cool, joining the gang and trying to be a rapper. Oh. But as the saying goes, when your only tool is a hammer, every problem is a, I know y'all said it to yourselves, nail. When your only tool is a hammer, every problem becomes a nail. They decided that the police should look for a gang angle a year or so later. And Coleman, Special Agent, Homeland Security, whatever, his title is not as nice as Detective Shepard's. He said that I looked at that video and I saw he had a leadership position again because that dumb 19-year-old went to a bus with an older guy. As an older guy said, no, come on through. You're from the community. But that somehow became him. Let's watch that video. We're going to try it again, maybe. I don't know if you can hear the part about you're here from the community. Let's play again. Let's play it again for the cheap seats in the back. Gotta take that off. Let's try it again. Oh, forget it. Scratch.
There's any microphones on over there that's causing the echo.
Scratch. We're done.
So,
In that video, you have the 19-year-old and the older guy walking to the bus. The 19-year-old was somewhat a few steps, a few paces behind the older guy, and the older guy is saying, "You're for the community. Let's let it through." And you have the younger 19-year-old guy standing back there, didn't exercise any veto power, or say, "Hell yeah, let's let him through." That's what I said first. No, just a dumb 19-year-old following the crowd in that case, except in this case, he was following it for what he believed to be a noble purpose. Let's talk a little bit about the testimony. Words like Black Lives Matter, or at least they should. I don't know if you remember, again, way back when I stood before you and I did what's called an opening statement. And I never know quite what the evidence will show. I try to guess what the evidence will show, and I cross my fingers and I hope to get it right. But when I stood before you a year ago when I did it, I was terrified. My voice was cracking. I think I misspoke a few times. And what I said was something about when you rush to justice by rushing to Julian, it invariably, something I said, and I said that, but when the mom and the man behind the wheel all agree, or at least they did. I said that because I didn't know what they would say when they testified. And I didn't want to say that they agreed that he didn't do it, but I knew I could say they agreed because of what they said then. But when they testified, I was expecting them, one of them, any of them, all of them. They could have stood up and said it in unison. I was expecting for them to say, "Do you see the man, one of the men who fired those shots that night in his courtroom today? Do you see him?" And I was expecting them to stand up because I didn't know, yeah, that's him. But they didn't ask that question. They did not ask that question. And there can only be two reasons why they didn't ask it. Either because they didn't know what the answer would be, or because they knew exactly what the answer would be. And then, when Omar sat there, I was waiting for them to ask him. Omar's a wild card. Do you see that person or those persons in that picture you photographed, or those people who shot at you? Do you see that person in this courtroom? I was expecting him to say, "Yeah, no, I see him right there." But no, they didn't ask. And they didn't ask, and there can only be two reasons. Either one, they didn't know what he would say, or number two, they knew exactly what he would say. But they didn't ask. They did not ask. Yet, when young lady Jasmine from Cobb County, who loved sitting there, I think she gave you all a peace sign when she walked out. She loved sitting there. When she testified about the gender reveal color thing that somebody threw under the car, they had no hesitation. They asked her, "Do you see that person in this court right now?" She stood up and said, "Yeah, that's it right there." And when Shepard sat there, we knew what he was going to say. They asked him, "Do you see the person?" "Oh yeah, that's him right there. Red shirt, distinctive lettering, light colored jeans, satchel, AR dangling." He's the only person I've ever seen to look at a black and white video and say, that's him in a bright red shirt. They never asked that question. I hope what I say doesn't come across as being cynical. I have a great deal of respect for Ms. Turner. As much as they wanted her to say she saw somebody in a red shirt, she never would say it. All she would say is black shirt, or at one point, white shirt, black jeans. She never would say red shirt. Never. Omar. And I can't help but sometimes come across as being a little bit mocking. A little bit. I can't help but have a bit of respect for him either, because he never once, as much as they wanted him to, he never once said red shirt. He never once said red shirt. Even when you look at the McCords, he never once said red shirt. They didn't even ask him, do you see the person or people? Never didn't ask him. They didn't even ask his wife, do you see the person? No, never asked. So you have to listen to what they ask, and sometimes listen more closely to what they don't, because they only have two reasons for not asking. Either they don't know, or they do. But they didn't. So as the McCords drove off that night, made that turn into that package store, saw him pull out the car, pull over the car, and get out of the car with the gun in his right hand. And I don't know guns, but he said it's a .380. And my gun people say a .380 is a small gun. But you see him get out that car with that .380 in his right hand. And he said just as much from that stand. He had a gun in his hand when he got out. And I don't know if you listened to my questions or not. I forgive you if you don't. But my question to him was, in response to you pulling out that gun and getting out of that car with that gun, did you even know that those 3 or 4 or however many people pulled a gun on you in response thereto you having your gun? His response was, I didn't even know. I didn't even know. But when you look at that video, you'll see that he pulls that car over, he gets out with his gun, he says whatever he says, he turns around, then his wife, in her distinct red, gets out of the car, and she says something, and then they get back in the car, and then they drive off. And then after, you see young 19-year-old come over with his gun. He didn't even shoot at the people who had a gun in his hand, yelling at him. You see him come out, get out of this, walk over there, and does a little thing like this for a second, and turns around and walks away. And of course, never do anything about that. Hey, we're gone. You know, I really enjoyed learning a little bit more about Mr. Body. I have to say that. You know, I don't know if you all gather this throughout this process, but I'm going to speak for myself. We don't hate each other. In fact, I think they're good people. Great lawyers, better than I can ever be, but great people. I really respect, well, most of them. I haven't gotten to know one of them, but just a good guy, good guy. But a trial is not about us. It's not about me. It's not about them. And to some extent, of course, it is about him, but also about us, the collective, all of us. A trial is about who we are and who we say we are. It's about what the judge is going to tell you. They have the burden of proof. He has nothing to prove, zero to prove. He doesn't have to say anything, do anything, show anything. All he has to do is sit there. Nothing to prove, and they have everything to prove. That is about who we are. So it's not about, well, he didn't do this, he didn't do that, I wish he would have done this, but then he ain't got it, because that's who we are, and that's what we say we value. So it's about him, yes, not about him, not about me, about us, about what we say, the values that we say we hold dear. It's about the judge is going to tell you that if you have a grave suspicion that he did it, and only a grave suspicion that he did it, your duty is to find him not guilty because a grave suspicion is insufficient. The judge is going to tell you that you can only convict if there is no reasonable alternative theory consistent with innocence. The judge is going to talk to you about reasonable doubt. And as Mr. Abadi said, lawyers, we screw things up. I don't know if he said that, but I think he meant that. We screw things up with words. We take words that should be simple and we butcher them. We mess them up somehow. A couple weeks ago, I was in a trial in Clifton, Georgia. And the judge did something I've never seen a judge do. At the start of the trial, Judge Reinhardt, he said, call him Bill. He read the Pledge of Allegiance. I'm thinking, what? In the courtroom? A little separation of this? Details. And I'm going to be, again, as Mr. Body was frank with you, if I'm going to be a little bit frank with me, rightly or wrongly, I've never considered myself a patriot. I thought you sort of had to somehow earn it. I'm not like Mr. Broderick, a veteran of war. I didn't think I earned the right. But it took me to the last time I even heard the Pledge of Allegiance, and it was at my dad's funeral, when he was given the flag from his military service of having gotten on a boat and a plane and gone to Vietnam. And the minister, who was an officer of the military, talked about justice and what it means and what he fought for. I was like, wow, I believe in justice. I believe in fighting for it. I'm a patriot. And I am. Talk about you don't have to love everybody or like everybody, but that doesn't matter. You don't have to like what everybody says, but that doesn't matter. We're all, as Mr. Body said, we're cloaked. We're cloaked in this thing that has to be more than a thing, an idea that has to be more than an idea. It has to be who we are. And this idea, it's not about your suspicion. It's not about I believe he did it, I believe he didn't do it. It's about did they prove it beyond reasonable doubt. And that's who we are. At least that's who we say we are. And as lawyers mess things up, the way I think of reasonable doubt, my wife and I were watching TV a few nights ago. I let her have the remote control this time, or as I like to call it, every time. And she does what she always does. She found her way to a documentary. And this documentary was on CNN. It was something called How Did It Happen? Why Did It Happen? Something like that. And it told the story of this young girl. I think her name was Mary Kellerman, a 7-year-old girl in a suburb of Illinois, suburb of Chicago rather. 6 o'clock one morning, wasn't feeling well, it was time for school. And her dad did what a dad would do. I've been there. My wife's a flight attendant. I was always at home with my 2 daughters, trying to comb hair. And gotten it right with myself. But the dad gave his daughter a pill. And shortly thereafter, he heard her collapse on the floor, dead. And a few miles down the road in that suburb of Chicago, you had the Janus family. 3 people were sick in the Janus family.
He went from exciting to boring as hell.
They all died. 4 people dead near this little suburb of Chicago when someone figured out the Tylenol was killing them. I know Tylenol is in the news now, but we're not talking about that. Tylenol killed them. All in all, 7 people near Chicago died because someone, before the age of childproof locks and all this other stuff, someone had poisoned the Tylenol. 7 people died. And what did Tylenol do? Tylenol removed every bottle of Tylenol off every store shelf in Chicago, in Illinois, in Atlanta, in Idaho, in California. Every Tylenol in the country was pulled off the shelf. Not because the makers of Tylenol believed their product was deadly. They did not believe it was deadly, but they had a reasonable doubt. And that's what reasonable doubt is. It's not about math. It's not a 1 out of 2 chance, a 1 out of 10 chance, a 1 out of a million chance. The numbers don't matter. That ain't about math. It is about reasoning. And Tylenol deemed the threat too severe. The threat too severe. The threat too reasonable. And they pulled it off every shelf. That is reasonable doubt. Or another way to judge reasonable doubt. When the man with the blue suit in the gray shirt and the blue yellow tie, with lies and half-truths and conflation and exaggeration says anything, that too is reasonable doubt. Let's watch videos. I want you to get a feel as best you can of what the night was like. Is anything happening anywhere? Oh, okay. You see that small adult doing cartwheels? Small adults love that. Backs up too. am going to finish like I started. I guess had I gone to a Wake Forest game and watched Mr. Body's brother in their black and gold, perhaps I would have stood out in my red, but I didn't at the game I went to. Or perhaps had I been on at University Avenue that night, I would have stood out. Or perhaps if Julian had been in that red and white actually doing something, he would have stood out, but he didn't. I hope you got a good look at the video at both of them. I hope you saw community. I hope you saw kids, small adults doing cartwheels. I hope you saw that guy walking his dog. I hope you saw the grills and the smoke. I hope you saw families. They were there for community. They were there to uplift their community. They were there to love their community. And because they're abandoned by the city, whose job it is to serve and protect, the city left them unserved and unprotected. They were there to serve and protect their community. You heard Ms. Holloway. Every day they were providing food for people. They got in the bathroom. They were going to get 2 showers that day. Ms. Holloway planted a garden. They were there for the community. There was no meeting of the minds to take over. This is blood territory here. The only gang Ms. Holloway was in was a gang that loved her community. That's all they were there for. There was no meeting of the minds. There was no, let's block this street. Let's show our dominance. Let's show our conscious and deliberate and intentional. Let's show dominance. They never showed even who put the barricade there. Because they abandoned that area. Yet they come in here throwing words around like gang and armed militia. And all they have is shepherd. Shepherd is their shepherd. He told Agent Coleman what he wanted to tell Agent Coleman. He showed Agent Coleman what he wanted to show Agent Coleman. He put circles around that video so that you will look where he wants you to look. We don't even see the whole McCord interaction if it happened 2 minutes before this. We don't see that. So clearly, there's a blind spot in this video. Clearly, there's a blind spot in this part. When I think more about that second video you saw at the last barricade, and you saw that car go by, and you saw the person kneeling or squatting, and you saw him creep behind the barricade, Shepard had an answer for that. Oh, he was ducking for cover from Jude and Conley's fire. Is that what it looked like to you? Really? Really? Is that what it looked like to you? Well, I have news for you. That's not even what it looked like to him. But when you rush to justice by rushing to Jude, you don't really care about truth. Now, the way the rules work, I don't like these rules. I have to sit down. I don't like that. I'm scared. I'm scared like I was last Wednesday. I'm scared now because once I sit down, no matter how much I want to, and I'll be sitting right next to Julian, no matter how much I want to, no matter how much he wants me to, his family, they want me to, I won't be able to get up and get and say another word to you. They will, and that's why you see them typing furiously away because they're typing real time a response to everything I say. You didn't say that right, you didn't say that right. Oh, I got you on this one, I got you, aha. The rules don't allow me to do that. The rules don't allow me to answer their questions or question their answers. The rules tell me I have to sit quietly because they get the last word. Except they don't. You do. You do. You get the last word. You get to tell them. You don't get to rush to justice by rushing Julian. You get to tell them, mom and the man behind the wheel all agree. So should you. You get to tell them that. You get to tell them that girl's life is worth more than an 8-day investigation. You get to do that. You get to tell them, you see those pictures he gave you with those 2 people circled? How come you didn't look for those people? How come you didn't look for those people? How come you didn't do a bulletin with those people on it? You get to tell them that we live in a day and age where you can cheat on your wife at a Coldplay concert on Friday, and by Saturday morning the world knows your name and her name. You get to tell them to do more. You get to tell them that girl's life was worth more than 8 days. You get to tell them that her life was worth more. You get to tell them with the t-shirts and the placards and all, say Black Lives Matter, her life should matter. You get to tell them that. You get to tell the city of Atlanta, you don't get to wash your hands of a community. So just as my dad got on that plane and that boat and went to Vietnam to fight for the thing that we call justice, for the thing that we say you believe in, and I know you do. I know you do. You don't have to get in that plane or that boat and go to some foreign land and step foot on some foreign soil. Sometimes you get to get a jury summons. Sometimes you get to read that jury summons and say, oh, hell. Or sometimes despite saying, oh, hell, another one. You come here and you sit through 2 days of questioning and thinking of, what do I say to get out of this? Or sometimes you end up sitting in that seat where you're sitting right now because you get to apply your common sense and your reason and your life experiences. Without going to Vietnam, just by getting in that car and coming here and getting on that shuttle and walking into this building and sitting in those seats. Some of you are already, but you're all veterans now. You all get to fight for justice. You all get to tell them the child's life matter. You all get to tell them it should have been more than 9 days. You all get to tell them you don't get to rush to justice by rushing to Julian. You now get to tell them that by finding Julian Conley not guilty of all charges. I thank you for your attention.
Before the next argument, which can last
Prosecutor's gonna give it one last shot.
In the backseat of a car.
Hold on.
So he want to glance over that.
Hold on. Hold on. She said, uh-oh. She looked like she ready to put on a performance too now. All right, so I get the prosecutors get to get one more shot. I forgot what they call it, but the prosecutors get to speak again. So they about to, the lady about to give it a shot.
Absolutely every. Mr. Reagan is absolutely right. I am over there typing feverishly because at that table, we carry the responsibility and the burden of making sure that we bring you absolutely every piece of evidence to prove that this defendant is guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. And I take my responsibility serious because it's important. This matter is important. It's not a joke. It's serious because an 8-year-old little girl is dead. So I'm going to apologize in advance if I repeat myself, if I go over stuff that Ms. Rabati may have gone over, but I don't want to miss anything because I don't get a second chance to ensure that Secoriea gets justice, the justice that she deserves, the justice that her family has been waiting.
She ain't playing. She done turned up and matched his energy. Lord of mercy.
On for 5 long years. Now, Mr. Reagan's talked about failures. I'll tell you what the failures are. The failures are over there at that table. The failure to take responsibility for what the defendant has done. He wants to put the blame on everybody else except for where it should land, and that is on his shoulders, nobody else's. He talks about the police weren't there. But what they don't want you to know, the police weren't there because the police were the ones that were in danger. They were supposed to be out there protecting the community, loving the community. But in all actuality, they were terrorizing the community. The police were their target. So the police said, you know what, let us back off. Let us give them their space to allow them to express themselves however they want to. But then it turned dangerous. And the police had no other choice but to come. So don't make them think it's the police fault that he decided to pick up an AR-15 and shoot and kill an 8-year-old little girl. It's not the police's fault. It's Julian Conley's fault. Omar rolled back through the barricades. Now he kind of claims over there because it would look crazy to blame a man who was driving an 8-year-old child who was bleeding to death in the backseat of a car. So he want to glance over that. But Omar said, I didn't know what to do. But you know what's the closest highway to get to? You got to go back through there. Otherwise, you got to go all the way around to Hank Aaron to try to get back on the highway. He was trying to get Secoriea to help as soon as he possibly could. Detective Shepard, and this is repeated, a rush to judgment, a rush to judgment. What did he tell you? I followed the evidence. I followed it frame by frame, hour by hour, minute by minute. And you know where it led him? To Julian Conley. Now let's talk about when the defendant showed up 9 days later, because I want you to make sure that's the math. When Detective Shepard took out those warrants, that's because Julian Conley showed up and said, it's me in the red shirt, it's me in the light jeans, it's me with that AR dangling in between my legs. Because he already knew he was responsible. But did he take responsibility that day? Oh, absolutely not. So when you want to talk about 9 days and a delay and justice, it don't land with Detective Shepard. It lands with Julian Conley. Because he knew from day one. I'll give him day two when the news came out. Because he was too busy over at Edgewood on day one. Lies and exaggerations. There's lies and exaggerations over here. But it don't come from the state. It don't come from the witnesses that the state brought to you. It comes from the defense witnesses. And we'll talk about that. He a dumb 19-year-old and he's in a gang. That ain't an excuse, ladies and gentlemen, to gun down a car and kill an 8-year-old girl. I have a 19-year-old son. It is unacceptable. He came from a family. Law enforcement. So you know better. So you do better. He chose to do what he did. And therefore he should hold and take responsibility for what he did. And not just try to say, oh, I'm 19.
Yo, hey, they was like, she doing too good. Listen, she winning. She convinced. Listen, she's convincing right now. She done turned up. She done got hood on him. She done got hood on him, man. She breaking it down. She making it plain for the jury. The jury like, yeah, you right. Listen, they had to call. Hey, hold on, Your Honor. Hold on. We need to talk.
I'm going to remind you that the state has the entire burden of proof. They've got to prove each and every element of each charge in the indictment beyond a reasonable doubt. There is no burden whatsoever on the defendant, and that burden never shifts to the defendant. Go ahead.
Being 19 is not an excuse to kill an 8-year-old girl. They talk about half-truths, lies, dangling off of Detective Shepard's tongue. Well, what they got up here and told you, Mr. Regis, he got a difficult job. I had Mr. Regis' job at one point. And I went to a training, and what the trainer told us in the criminal defense advocacy is, if the law is on your side, argue the law. If the facts is on your side, argue the facts. If the law and the facts are on your side, argue them both. If you don't have either, just argue. And I submit to you, ladies and gentlemen, that's what Mr. Regis did here today. He just stood up here and argued and said anything, because that's what he got to do. But he wants to tell you there's kids doing cartwheels. I want y'all to think back and remember the context in which Miss Barbie was showing those children. She was talking about who in the red shirt is shooting. Who in the red shirt got a gun when she pointed at those kids. That's what she was talking about. Don't let them give half-truths to make it seem like that we are glossing over that there were other kids out there. There absolutely were kids out there. Kids that were also in danger, and thank goodness they were not shot and killed too. They failed to mention that the kids had to duck down as those shots are ringing out. Because I hope y'all saw them run and scurry, running behind cars and hiding. That's what this defendant's actions caused the children out there to do. And they only showed you a portion of that video. I hope y'all remember because we played them over and over again, zooming in, zooming out. On that other side where that Williams tent was, gunshots firing all over the place, still in the middle of the road, even after the Jeep has passed by. At no point in time has the state argued that there was only one person out there shooting. It was multiple people out there shooting. This defendant just happened to be the one who got caught. The McCoys didn't see the gun. They don't have to see the gun. When you get that indictment back there, you will read it and it will say guns being pointed in the direction of them. It doesn't say they got to see it, they even got to know about it. But we do know they know about it because we're at the barricades, and unfortunately, that video was not done right before the time that they got up to it and went inside. But you know, and we've seen that car pull up to that barricade is down in there for about 2 minutes before they pull out and pull back into the package store. So actually, they were victims of aggravated assault twice. Inside the barricade and in front of that liquor store. Party to the crime. They just went, we gonna ignore that, we gonna act like it don't exist. We gonna fail to mention that, because if they mention that, they gotta tell you that the defendant is guilty, beyond a reasonable doubt. Because what did Detective Shepard tell you? He didn't have to be shooting. He says he was out there, he was at the barricade, they're all acting in concert, they're all working together. Therefore, even if he did not fire that gun once, he would still be guilty of murder, felony murder, and all the other charges that he has. But what y'all know, because y'all have common sense, which they want y'all to check at the door, but I ask you don't check it at the door. It's the defendant, his shots, that went into that car and killed Secoriea. Now, we went back and forth, we pulled up chairs, we rolling back and forth, talking about the path and the trajectory. I ain't hear none of that today. They just failed to mention it, they just abandoned that because it don't make sense. It doesn't make sense. And camera 2, there's no zooming in of the shooter. We sat here for almost 10 minutes watching that video. At no point in time do they zoom in and say, you see where the muzzle shot's coming from? That's the man in all black, because they can't tell you that because you have common sense. You've seen this man walk around with his light jeans on and his red shirt, and you know that it's him behind that barricade, stepping out with that AR, pushed forward, pointing at that car, and he just starts to blast, like his rap song say. And then, just no remorse. Y'all heard that. Before this even happened, the defendant is out in Cobb County committing acts of violence, endangering people on the highway, throwing smoke bombs in the middle of the highway where a woman is driving with 3 children in the car with her. Thank goodness that she didn't wreck and get hurt or anybody else on that highway. Then you get to July 4th, still behaving as a gang member, walking around, terrorizing the community, day in and day out. Then after that, he headed over to Edgewood, still with his AR-15. And 9 days later at that press conference, want to talk about lies, lied over and over again. He's 25 now. He in the jail still, wiping his nose, throwing up the gang signs with people behind him with shanks. The age is not an excuse. So let's talk about the facts. And ladies and gentlemen, I do not at all look past the fact that there were people out there for the right reason. There were people out there wanting to use their voices to combat the injustices that they believe was going on in not only in the country, but right here in our city. And they had a right to do that. Ms. Salloway, by no means do I think that she is part of the gang that Mr. Conley belongs to. But see, what happens is that they were out there for good reasons, but these individuals, being Mr. Conley and his crew, came out there for the wrong reasons, and as a result of that, a child is dead. They want to blame it on the commissioners, they want to blame it on the police, they want to blame it on anybody. But the commissioner's not out there with no AR-15s. The police aren't out there with AR-15s. It's the defendant and his crew. And that gets overshadowed. Because I do think it's that way. Nobody's out there spending the night, overnight, taking showers, from going home, using the bathroom out there, dedicated to the cause and to the mission. And we are by no means saying that that was anything wrong with it. What was wrong was the behavior that these defendants took, this defendant took, that does not go with this group. There are various different groups out there. You got the gangs out there, you got the protesters out there, and you just got the regular citizens that's just trying to live their life. They trying to get gas. They trying to get a couple of chips from out the store. But you got these folks not even allowing them to get to their homes. And we're going to talk about that. They want to tell you it was festive, and it may have been festive. I didn't see that videos, but I don't call it a festival when folks walking around with AR-15s and handguns and following people and making them turn around. So maybe there was some bouncy houses, I don't know, but what I did see was barricades that was blocking off the street, did not allow people to get where they needed to go. There was upliftment and love for the community. That don't look like upliftment and love for me. If you can't get where you need to go, if somebody walks to your car and you're saying, I just want to get home, and you're met with a gun to your face, telling you get back in your car and turn around. They were serving and protecting their community. They killed a member of their community. That's not serving and protecting. They were out there for healing. Well, it ended up in harm. And kids playing, so they want to say, ended up in a little girl, Secoriea, being killed. It was Independence Day, ladies and gentlemen. There was nothing independent about what was going on the corner of University and Pryor that day. Nothing at all. Those people they were like, I don't know, prisoners in their own community. You can't go here, you can't come up that way, you can't go down that way. Luckily, I don't know, the bus, hey, Mr. Bus Driver, we'll let you go. But there was nothing independent, there was nothing free about those moments and those days over there. And it's not fair to the people that were out there for the right reasons. And what are they going to do? They going to tell them folks to leave? They got a whole crew out there, ganged up, ready to go, because we see them every time Mr. Conley's moving, they moving with their guns pointed and ready to shoot. But we'll talk about that. And they're exercising power and control. Now, they say Black Lives Matter. We're about police brutality. And ladies and gentlemen, the evidence is real clear. It wasn't the police that the community had to be worried about out there. It was the defendant and his gang members. And the most precious and innocent black life was lost because of them. And Mr. Body kind of touched on this, what was the motive? And that goes all to the gang stuff. You're going to do what I say when I say do it. I told you to turn around. I told you you can't come through here. And when you don't do what I tell you to do, then I'm going to let my gun just ring. And that's what he did. And we'll get to why I think he believed it was the McCords because of the time period. And I just told you, don't come through here. And you got the audacity and the nerve to turn around and come back through here? Oh, I'm about to show you. What did Charmaine say? She heard him say, hey, like that, stop. What did Omar say? Afghans, as they're trying to just go home. Even their own witness says, she heard them as the car is pulling up. Hey, once again, trying to stop a citizen from going to and fro about their own business in a place where they have the right to do so. But until this defendant and his crew decides, we're going to block it off and we're not going to let anybody do it. Because they were illegal barricades. They had no right, they had no authority. Anybody had the authority and the right was Omar. He should have been able to drive through that street without having to go up on the curb, not being in fear for what's going to happen to him and Charmaine and Secoriea in that car. So let's talk about the evidence that proves this defendant's guilt. You're going to get evidence, and you've got evidence through the witnesses, the physical evidence, scientific, and even the admissions and the words of the defendant himself. And we talked about Aiden Coleman, and Mr. Rakes has already said, hey, yeah, he was in a game. He was 19 old, just excuse it. He didn't really mean it. But he's still doing it. He's still practicing and acting up with the game. Ms. Duffy, and we talked about that in Cobb County. Intimidating looks, his red bandana and mask. Remember she talked about a smoke bomb being pinkish or red. Loaded down with guns and ammo. What did Officer Brazanga tell you? I'm on duty and I have about 89 to 100 bullets. He's walking around with over 1,000 rounds of ammunition. Because he's ready. For whatever comes along, he's going to take out whoever he wants to. And Mr. Reagan got up here and said, oh, Jasmine Duffy got up here and she got up and said because the state's telling these people to do this. Oh, that's him. That is not what happened. She looked at a booking photo and said, yes, that is the man who looked me in my eyes and then threw a smoke bomb under my car while I had my baby and my nieces in the car with me, putting our lives in danger on that highway. And Howard Point bullets, the most lethal bullets there are. That's what he carrying in his book bag. And the AR-15, well, that belonged to his friend, one of his crew members, one of his gang members that just took responsibility because he was already getting ready to be arrested, so we can't let them take that AR-15. I would submit you that AR-15 that they got in March is that same AR-15 that he had out there in July. Mr. Rakes wants to tell you that, oh, he's not the leader because they weren't posting. What did Ms. Salloway tell you? We didn't have to post. There were no chats going on. We knew to be out there. We showed up, and day after day, we would just come. So he ain't got to post. He ain't sending out invitations like he invited folks to a wedding. They all just showed up to run the streets. But he did post, go burn down Cobb County to get my property back. I need my guns and my ammo. He wearing his gang outfit all and through there, and we'll talk about that. He gets to decide who goes and comes in the barricades. I hope y'all, and I know y'all probably tired of looking at the video, but if y'all want to look at it, y'all get to look at it again. But there are times when you see that defendant with his red shirt on with his white letters, moving cones, moving barricades, swinging, hey, waving people through. He is in charge. Forcing people to turn around at gunpoint because he decides you can't come through here. He told them, of course, turn around. And some people, they got to the barricade, they saw what was going on, we just going to turn around. We don't even want that smoke. And just minutes before, probably not even minutes, I hope y'all saw that white car before the Jeep comes. He walks out in the shadows, you see that white lettering on his back, he goes up to that car, and that car just turns right around. Because sometimes you don't even have to point your gun, because I'm telling you, if it's AR dangling between your legs, I'm moving, don't worry about it. I'm going to turn around. And he's giving directions. I know it's hard to hear, but that older black man looks at him, the leader. It's good. He said, oh yeah, he good. He can get on. He is in charge every step of the way. He gives directions to the MARTA bus driver. At the end, when they finally let him come, he walks all the way down to the end of the barricade, and he's like, come on, you can come through. Not no other person. Not no man dressed in all black. Not no man dressed in, not even Mr. McKinney with his white shirt and black. It is that defendant giving directions to everybody. And I hope y'all know, he's standing at post, all day long. That was his post, the barricades. Because they had certain points. If you saw, Mr. McKinney was over at the BP station, and Mr. Conley stayed in the barricades. And we know he had the barricades because he tells you in his press conference he was at the barricades. And when the Jeep pulls up, he approaching. He leading the pack because he in front. He is in front with that AR pointed, and he begins to fire, and the rest of them follow suit. Because I hope y'all know, is there a black man, a man in all black shooting? Yeah, but when does he shoot? After his leader. And not only does he step up, he follows the car all the way. And the physical evidence to show how he followed that car as it passed by, trying to get out of danger. Leading, standing post. Telling his crew where you need to go. I don't know if the McCords went where I told him to go. McKinney, go back and check. I hope y'all looked at that video and watched Mr. McKinney run back around to the other side of that package store to do what his leader has told him to do and make sure the McCords are gone. And then he comes back and goes and checks in once again with his leader. He's not just a gang member. He is the leader. And we know he had guns just all day long. And how y'all know it's him? He got on the same white jeans as he did on July 4th. Credibility. Now, the judge will instruct you that it is your responsibility to judge the credibility of witnesses, and yours alone. So you get to decide who came in here and who told the truth. I submit to you that the state did not put up anybody that told you anything but the truth. Now they want to call Detective Shepard a liar, and he's not a liar. They just mad that the evidence that he got led to their client. What did Samantha and Christopher McCord tell you? They pulled up to the barricades. Mr. McCord describes a light-skinned male with a long gun. Now, I mean, he's out, it was a long gun. That gun looked really long to me. He didn't have to say it's a rifle or not, it's a long gun. He forces them to turn around, and then he gives them instructions. And then Mr. McCord, after seeing this defendant admit that he was out there, he says, that's the dude that met me when I was inside the barricades and told me to turn around. And how we know it's him that met him at the barricades? Because he follows him after he turns around. There's no doubt who that is. And I know y'all was probably tired of hearing about States 112, light jeans, red shirt, but we got to prove it. I have a responsibility and a duty to prove to you beyond a reasonable doubt that it is that defendant that committed each of these acts. And so if I got to tell it to you over and over again, I will do it over and over again because this is my one shot. Aggravated assault, like I told you, twice. Now, Mr. Ray is talking about somebody squatting down ready to shoot. It was his client. Ready to shoot. Now, Charmaine Turner, she told Detective Shepard everything she could. Now, one time did she lie to Detective Shepard? Were there men out there with black shirts on, dressed all in black, dressed like the police, dressed like the militia? Yes, they were. Were they all armed? Yes, they were. Were there men in all black shooting guns? Yes, they were. He says we didn't ask her a question about whether or not it was the defendant that shot Secoriea. We didn't ask her because she said, I don't know who shot my child. I just know my child was shot as I passed through a barricade with armed men. And who would expect her to know anything else? Because he started with the mother. The mother in the back of that car. First of all, she said, I'm on my phone. Secorea's back there on her phone. Next thing I know, fire is coming into the car. I reach back to get my child, and the last words I hear my child say is, Mom, crying out in agony and pain. So he wants her to be able to tell you about a red shirt. The only thing red she was concentrating on was the blood that was pouring from her baby body. And she tried to press on that wound to keep her baby alive. I'm a mother, and I know what that feeling feels like, to hold your child the first time they take their first breath, as they heartbeat for the first time. I can't imagine the anguish it feels to hold your child as they take their last breath.
Jackson, round the approach.
Be killing him. Yeah. Your Honor, can we approach? She is killing him. Oh my God.
She
is murderation.
She's focused on her baby that is dying in her arms. So it is not fair for him to say, because she cannot point out this defendant, because we ain't got to worry about her pointing out. The video's pointed out. And then I tell y'all two things to be true at the same time. Could there be men in all black shooting and this defendant shooting? Absolutely, and you know because it's on video. Omar, it's men in all black. They bounty hunters. He gave a picture to Detective Shepard. Yes, he did, because Omar is like, y'all, that man is driving that car. He made a decision to drive through that barricade. The responsibility on him weighs heavy. Y'all can see it on his face. So he is doing whatever he can, giving Detective Shepard whatever information he receives about who could have been the people out there that were shooting into that vehicle. He never said definitively that man didn't shoot. He never said that. What he said was it was men out there dressed in all black that were shooting, and is that true? Yes. Was the defendant out there shooting? Yes. So two things can be true at the same time. Don't try to put the onus on the man behind the wheel. The man behind the wheel was trying to make a decision in the most traumatic event he has probably ever experienced in his life. What do I do? Where do I go? Because when you pull up to that barricade and you see them people, you got to make a decision. And we came Monday night quarterback, I guess it's Tuesday night quarterback now since it come on Monday, to decide if you pull up to a barricade and you're trying to drive through, it's armed men in front of you. You don't know what they may do if you just turn around. So I'm just going to push through. And there's nothing wrong with that. He was trying to be a protector. How can I get them to safety as quickly as possible? We can't blame him. The blame lies on the person that pointed that AR-15 at that car and let off 8 rounds into it. We lucky it wasn't Charmaine, Omar, and Secoriea. And what did Omar tell you? I wish it was me. That's who's taking responsibility. And he said, I'm going to get an attorney. There's nothing wrong with that. He's like, I'm driving the car. I want to make sure that nobody thinks that I did this. I'm responsible for it. Because I don't know if you heard the little tricklings of, oh, the person in the car was shooting too. So he's trying to make sure I'm protected. But what he does say is black men and all black were out there shooting, and we know that to be true. And we also know it to be true that the defendant was out there shooting. Now, the defense witness, Ms. Salloway, like I said, I think she came with good intention, or at least she was out there for good intentions, and she was trying to do what she could to help. But the things that she told us was real important, and it was consistent with Omar and what Charmaine told you. As the Jeep pulled up, I heard somebody yell out, "Hey." The Jeep went up on the curb and shots rang out. And she told you, as the Jeep passed by, I saw shots in the back area behind the Jeep, and the windows of the Jeep were rolled up. Now, when she get a little fuzzy on her credibility is that the man at the back barricade was shooting. Well, ladies and gentlemen, y'all get to view the videos, y'all get to decide. There doesn't appear to be muzzle flashes. She said she didn't see muzzle flashes, but she thought the man was shooting, but she really couldn't tell us where she was standing in the Wendy's parking lot. And then at some point she started saying, well, I heard what happened. So I don't know if she heard it that night, heard it since this trial has been going on, and feels like that's what I saw. But to me, that's just a little red herring. But what she does tell you is, the shot, as the Jeep returned, she heard some more shots. She don't know where they came from. They don't know who they came from. And I think she said, Mr. Ravis wants to tell you that man was not ducking for cover. That's what his witness said. He ducked down. He moved all the way to the other side of the barricade to avoid the shots that this defendant is firing out in his direction by the barricade. She tells you men in black are shooting. Absolutely, they are. But what she didn't tell you, she never said that defendant didn't shoot. And but in fact, she told me he did, but we'll talk about that. And now it's Detective Shepard's fault. Detective Shepard told you I was working 12, 14-hour days to figure out what happened to this baby. I'm canvassing the area. I'm trying to get people to talk to me. I'm not getting any cooperation. The people that are talking to me, it's exaggerated for what they're telling me, because when I look at the video footage, it's not cooperating by what they're telling me. I'm getting information from social media. He never denied that there were men out there shooting in black. In fact, what did he tell you? If I could have identified them, I would have put a bolo out for them. But I didn't have any identifying photographs where I could see their pictures, their faces clearly, to put out on bolo. He never got a positive identification for them. The only two people he was able to get a positive identification for was the defendant and Mr. McKinney. And when he got those, he put it in a bolo, put it out there, and he got those individuals to then come in and say, yes, that is me that you see. And we know that he's not in a rush to judgment. Because what did he tell you? I didn't charge McKinney. Because as I'm looking at those videos, McKinney is not at the barricades. So I'm not just out there trying to charge anybody that I see with this homicide. I want to make sure that I charge the right person, because I have all the evidence to show me that it is that person. So it's not a rush, ladies and gentlemen. He's following his evidence. And thank goodness for Mr. Camber, because we were able to get that video from Martin Bus. We were able to get those clear images. And if you recall, there are other images as that bus is turned around on the side where there are other men out there with guns, and they got them posted, they got them pointed up, but you can't see their faces. So you can't put out a bolo for somebody whose face you can't see. And he told you those are muzzle flashes. At least two we see as that Jeep passes by. And what did he tell you? I didn't know. I did not know who my suspect number one was. I knew what he looked like. I knew how he walked. I knew what he was wearing. I just didn't know his name. I didn't know his name until he showed up with his attorney and said, that's me at the barricades. And then Mr. McCord then calls and says, hey, yes, I recognize that man as being the person that pointed a gun at me. And lo and behold, what do we have? Video footage of that defendant pointing a weapon at Mr. McCord and his wife as they drove away. So it ain't just believe Detective Shepard. Everything he says is corroborated by evidence. And Ms. Cassandra Salloway, what did she tell you? She identified that muzzle flash as that defendant is standing in the middle of that street, firing off. And what did she tell you? The jeans are so light, they blend into the street. Who is the only person out there with light jeans on? Because everybody else is smart enough to wear all black, except for the defendant. So even their witness has identified the defendant as being the shooter out there. Black do-rag, his twist, his light skin, his red t-shirt, his light jeans that we know belong to him because he had them on in another picture with another gun, his black bag, his black shoes, and his gait. What did Detective Shepard tell you? The way he was walking, y'all saw he's kind of walking kind of funny because of that gun. It's messing up the way that he walks. So that's how he's able to follow him from the BP, from the package store to behind the barricades. Every step he's making is distinct. He decided he wanted to be seen because I'm going to rep my gang. I'm going to put on my gang t-shirt, Pyro, Elm Street, Pyro, whoop on the back. I want to be seen. And he was seen by each and every one of those cameras out there. And he was seen shooting at that car and killing that baby. Don't believe your common sense, ladies at the door. You've watched the videos over and over again. Believe what your own eyes tell you. Miss Young, if you talking this, trust the videos. You've seen them enough. If you want to see them again, you can. I think Mr. Bobby said it out. We didn't even coordinate on this. Context clues. Those were important. I had a son, he was real younger, and I said a word, and I said, how do you mean? He said, oh, that means such and such. Nobody, how do you know that? He said context clues. Ladies and gentlemen, use your context clues when you get back there.
Jeff X with it.
Red shirt, white lettering, light jeans, black satchel, AR-15, funky little walk because of your AR-15, your light skin is your twist, and who you come up with at 9:45:21. This defendant is standing at his post. Light jeans, red shirt, black shoes, black tie, light jeans, red shirt. You can kind of see that AR hanging down right here, black shoes. At 9:45:21. At 9:46:02, less than a minute, that Jeep is pulling through. He has not moved. You saw the videos. At no point does he leave from those barricades. The only time he leaves from those barricades is when he steps to that Jeep as it pulls through. And here he is again. AR said, how do you know it's him? Them light jeans, that dark shoes. You can kind of see it here in red, but it's dark because if you all know when you take pictures, if the lighting is behind you, it's going to be dark. That's why kids always say, get the light, you got to get the light so you can make sure your colors pop. But it's enough for us to see it ain't in black, it ain't in black, it ain't in right here, light jeans, dark shirt, AR. And what did Samantha McCord tell you? If you point a gun, you're ready to shoot a gun. Not less than 5 minutes later. I hope we don't go through the timeline. This is what he's doing. Pointing his gun. And when that car comes through, 2 to 3 minutes later, he is ready to shoot, and that's exactly what he does. And I know it's blurry, ladies and gentlemen, but I hope you can see it enough. This is him. Go back. Now, where are these other men? They're back here. Where's the Jeep? Tracking his every step. That's him, ladies and gentlemen. Now, when Mr. Reyes got up here and showed you this video, he didn't want to zoom in this close. Because if you zoom in this close, you get to see his client committing this murder. The physical evidence in this case, ladies and gentlemen, because we're not just going to bring you the witnesses, we're not just bringing you the video. Does the physical evidence show that this defendant is guilty? And we talk about these videotapes from every angle. Not just one angle, not just a half an angle, every angle. Tracking him so you don't have to wonder, is it him? Did he go somewhere else? There is no doubt it is him each and every time. (9:12:45). 9:13. 9:13, 50 seconds. 9:15. directing the marshal, telling him where he can go. (9:38). Back at his post. Moving the cones. Moving in on the McCords because they have challenged his authority. (9:40).
She laid this out good.
Every minute, every second. The defendant is present and making decisions as he's terrorizing and victimizing people in the community. I hope y'all see Mr. King go that way, and he goes. 9:40. 9:45, 24 seconds. Just seconds before that Jeep comes through. You can't miss it, white lettering. One shot, two shots. And we show y'all, it's another man in all black shooting. We're not trying to hide from it. Because it doesn't matter. Everybody at that barricade is responsible for Secoria's death as a party to the crime. What's the physical evidence? Defendant there before, during, and after the shooting. What's the path of those bullets in that car? All on the driver's side. Now, Mr. Brady's trying to talk about path and trajectory and when they have to come from the right. None of it makes sense because all of the defects are on the right side of the car. The muzzle flashes that you see coming from that defendant's gun, when the police get out there and they find shell casings right there in the area where he was standing, where he was firing the shots. 6 shell casings, 7 of them. How many defects in that car? 8. And we saw the pickup man coming by picking them up. So maybe he was lucky enough to get one of those shell casings that came from the defendant's gun. Driver door, back driver passenger side door, bottom of that passenger door, the side panel. So we know that the shots came into that car from the left. That's what the physical evidence tells you. And in those last two, and I will submit to you, ladies and gentlemen, that last fatal shot came through marker number 8. This is the passenger side, and you'll have the pictures back there that you can look at. They try to say, oh, well, isn't that maybe some bullet holes? It's dirt, ladies and gentlemen. Through that back trunk, through the back panel of that seat, through the seat, into Secoria's back.
Jackson, right, maybe approach.
Yes.
Yeah, that boy, they like, listen, that gives, that little animation, whoo! Yeah, they like, Your Honor, how she able to show this? I know they are going to, my goodness. Yeah. That was too, ooh,
Objection.
yeah. Oh, she snuck that in there. She snuck that in there. That thing looked like that's what happened for real. Like, oh man. They like, nah, she can't do that. Not with no animation. No.
Okay. We've just stopped because part of the video creation was starting to show. There was an immediate objection. Objection is, go ahead.
No, that's evidence that it's not going to be demonstrative that we have never seen before. We have never vetted. Perhaps we should have kept our experts. We've not had our experts look at it to gauge whether it's representative of anything. It's just something that, again, that we have never seen this demonstrative, and we've had no opportunity to vet it, to check for any scientific accuracy, or to see if it's even representative of anything, to determine whether the jury should see that. So as it is right now, the jury is seeing a piece of evidence, because that's what it is, evidence that has never been shown to us before. We move for a mistrial, Your Honor. We can't undo it. The jury saw it. The jury saw the representation, the 3D animation. It's improper.
Okay, let's see. First of all, can we look at what it was? And I'll say that we saw just the very, very initial beginning of this. So
I saw enough. I saw enough. That was convincing.
But we didn't see the very beginning of the jury saw the whole thing.
Yeah, I saw enough.
well, we were talking it.
This
We were
look.
walking up there, it was still.
Okay. Okay, so to narrate that video, we saw what I guess is your theory of how this happened?
Absolutely, it's just a reenactment. There's no reference to bringing a car. You put the car right there and having it on wheels and being able to move and walk alongside of it and maybe with a paint gun shoot at it to hit the doors and the areas in the trunk and the area that the state's evidence indicates where those bullets went into the car. There's no measurements on there, there's no trajectory information, it is just a reenactment of the video that you see as the defendant walks up to the car and it's moving, the car is moving, because Mr. Regis, in his demonstrations that he did during trial, wanted to make it appear that the car just was staying stationary, it wasn't moving, and therefore his client could be at the back of the car. This is the state's theory, how his client ended up at the back of the car and those shots ended up in the back of that trunk and then into that baby.
It's new evidence. I'm sorry. It's new evidence. We've not had an opportunity to object to it, to question the creator of it, to do anything that we would need to do. And you have a case, I don't have a case yet.
Yes, Your Honor. The case of Rickman v. State, that's 304 Georgia 61, the 2018, I'm sorry, 304 Georgia 61, a June 18, 2018 case.
What's the name of it again?
Rickman, R-I-C-K-M-A-N v. State. Demonstrative evidence, which includes reenactments and pictures used to aid the trier of fact in understanding the issues of fact at trial, is irrelevant and inadmissible unless accompanied by a witness testimony that shows the demonstrative evidence is substantially similar to the actual conditions or events at issue.
It's not an evidence, Sean, it's part of a closing argument.
You can't even use your closing arguments if you happen to put it in as evidence. The point is, there's a process to how to use demonstrative evidence. If the state literally jumped over and skipped the process, and now they're throwing it in front of a jury to say, this is what happened, these are the facts based off of our testimony, that is not how demonstrative evidence is supposed to work.
It is not demonstrative evidence.
Okay, do you... Okay, hang on for a second, stop fighting. I'm going to read the case. Do you think that if before closing arguments she had shown it to you and given you a chance to object, that might have been used? Or is your position it had to be evidence in the trial?
It should have been evidence in the trial, but at a minimum, it should have been shown to us before closing to give us an opportunity to object to it being placed before that jury. And we haven't had that opportunity. And we would have objected. But we just haven't had that opportunity to do that now because they sprung it on the jury without ever giving us any opportunity for a meaningful examination of it.
Okay, let me read the case. Break, that's fine. Yes. Yeah, if anybody needs to take a break, that's fine. Okay.
Keep reading the case.
Okay, I'm going to step off the bench for just a second because I'm only getting part of the case.
Okay, she about to leave the bench. She comes back.
Okay, first things first, I want to make sure that we don't steal time from your closing because we stopped repeatedly. It looks to the court like you have about 11 minutes left. Anybody disagree with that? Looks to me like she's got about 11 minutes left. From when we cut off before the... Okay. Around 11 minutes too, okay. So that case was close but not quite, and I'm glad you brought it to the court's attention. It's good information. I think under different circumstances, in this situation, if the rendering had just been showed to the defense, the court may have admitted it over the defense's objection with proper instruction to the jury. But because it was not offered prior and we didn't have that discussion, I think out of an abundance of caution, we're not going to play it for the jury. I'm going to just give this instruction and you'll be allowed to just continue your argument. Computer rendering of the state's theory of how events in this case might have occurred was played several minutes ago. This was not evidence in this case and was merely an illustration of the state's theory of the case. You are not to consider this computer rendering as evidence in this case. The arguments of the attorneys are not evidence. You are to base your deliberations and decision in this case on the evidence that was admitted in trial only. Anything else that you would like me to say?
I think it is, with all due respect, I think it was way too generous to the state. I believe it's improper. Earlier, when Detective Shepard says things that were improper in the court, inserted the word improper into its instruction to the jury. I think the jury should be told that that was improper. And secondly, what I will characterize as what lawyers say is not evidence. I'm lumped into that bag with them. They did something that was improper, and I don't know that we need to do a both sides thing in terms of what lawyers say, in terms of what all of us say is not evidence. That is factual, but the situation that compels this instruction is something the state did, and I think the jury should be told what the state did, again, was improper, and disregard that and place no weight on it.
He wants the words improper to be used so that the jury could, so it could seem like they be doing stuff they not supposed to do. So can you use the words improper so the jury could look at them like they be doing stuff they not supposed to do?
I don't believe it's improper for the state to be able to argue criteria.
Disregard that and place no weight on it.
I don't believe it's improper for the state to be able to argue criteria of the case and what occurred on it. So I think calling it improper, I don't think it's a fair statement of what the state has done. We are allowed to illustrate what we do. It's argument, and they can decide. I don't believe that's how much shots got into the car, or I do believe it's up to them to do that. For me, illustrating it is no less than, like I said, me wheeling a car. I'm sorry.
You're okay.
And pointing at it right here in open court. That's nothing that I would be able to put before Mr. Reyes and Mr. Hoover prior to it starting. There's nothing that prevents us from doing it because it does not have to be entered into evidence because it is not evidence. It is the state's argument, it is the state's theory of the case.
And if I recall, I saw the word evidence at some point under the, I don't know if it was under the heading of physical evidence, it was under the state's own heading of this is evidence.
There was no heading on that slide.
Perhaps not that slide, but it was billed as whatever the case may be.
Well, they can have a heading on a slide that lists the evidence. This is evidence.
But that should not have been listed as evidence, the point I'm making, Your Honor.
And it was not, Your Honor. The slide had no heading at all.
Okay.
And it's not even illustrative of the state's theory. Detective Shepard said the shooter was stationary. That was a graphic showing a moving shooter. So it wasn't shown to us, and it's inconsistent with our witnesses' testimony as to what occurred.
Okay.
It's wrong on a lot of levels.
Well, it's not wrong on the video because he's shown moving on the video.
Okay, I understand everyone's frustration. This is a situation that could have been handled prior to closing arguments. So, I'm going to go ahead and give an instruction on this, and motion for mistrial was denied. Anything else that you want to put on the record?
No, Your Honor.
Okay.
Motion for mistrial denied.
Once the jury comes back in, then again, charges as well. I think because of how inflammatory what the state just did is, I think they need to hear more than one side, Your Honor.
Okay.
Isn't part of the pattern charge that
Part of the pattern charge, there's extensive information in the pattern charge about attorneys' comments not being evidence. Okay, we can take that up after we finish closing. We're ready.
Are you going to read with it? Is that instruction, or have you changed it? Have you modified it? I'd like to hear the instruction before it's going to get, if I may, Your Honor.
That's fine. Yeah, I think I've said you are not consider this computer rendering as evidence in the case. I am happy to make it you are not consider this computer rendering, if that is closer to what you were hoping I would say.
You to say
I'm not gonna say
improper.
what it is.
That's what he wants you to
Improper.
say.
I think under other circumstances that video could have come in.
Under the right process.
Under the right process.
That's the issue.
Well, and yeah, it's hard. There's not rules of evidence about how to do that. Okay. We're ready for him. And remember, let's see, what is the minutes left? You have 14? Sorry. Let's see, what does Madam Court Reporter have?
I'm going back around.
She started off with an hour and 6 minutes. She started off with an hour and 6 minutes left.
All right, the jury.
Resume closing arguments. Okay, members of the jury, we're about to resume closing arguments. I need to give you this quick instruction. I'm sorry, I'm not looking at you. I need to speak into the microphone for you. A computer rendering of the state's theory of how events in this case might have occurred was played several minutes ago before the break. This was not evidence in the case and was merely an illustration of the state's theory of the case. You are not to consider this computer rendering. The arguments of the attorneys are not evidence. You are to base your deliberations and decision in this case on the evidence that was admitted in trial only. Okay, you can resume your argument.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ladies and gentlemen, I hope you remember in the video where you can see the defendant step up and move along the left side of that car, firing shots into it, and then the evidence indicates there are 8 shots in it, following that pattern that the defendant took as that truck passed by. Then you have the shell casings that you saw from the crime scene tech. Each and every one of them that landed there, that's on that side where he passed out, 5.56, 5.56. And what did Ms. Down Home tell you? That's consistent with being fired from an AR-15. 8 shots, 7 shell casings, 7 of them are 5.56, and all shot from the same weapon right in the area where this incident occurred. And there was some rumbling about shooting from the car, but there's no evidence. Mr. Reagan's talked about humidity and all of that stuff, but there's no evidence of that. The only evidence is that this defendant walked up to that car and fired off 8 rounds into that car and then caused the death of Secoriea Turner. And we talked about the man in the black walking down the yellow, but all the way to the barricade. He's furthest away. So we know, that's the state's theory, that is not the bullet that went into the back of the car and killed Secoriea. The next guy that's in all black, he's walking along the yellow line, and what's found where he is, a .38 projectile. And then there's none at that back barricade, so we know nobody back there was shooting. We know the only person that was shooting, where these muzzle shots are coming out, is the defendant with his white pants on and his dark shirt and that muzzle flash coming out of his gun, while these 3 people stand back here doing nothing. The scientific evidence, the way that it goes in, goes through the back trunk, through the back of the seat, through the outside of the seat, into Secoriea. And like I said, they failed to mention that, so I'm not going to waste my time on it because they know it's foolish to do. 5.56 shell casings, 5.56 projectile, type of weapon that can fire, 5.56 AR-15. The only thing we ain't got to give you is the AR-15, because what did Ms. Van Hall tell you? I can look at it, and I can test against the weapon, and I can determine that whether or not it is a metal weapon or I can eliminate it. If I had it for you, I would give it to you, but I don't. The medical examiner. And I know it was hard looking at these pictures, ladies and gentlemen. I've been doing this a long time, and it's difficult each and every time, because nobody should have to look at a baby laid out on the table with a gaping bullet wound in the back of her. But the only person that is responsible for causing that wound back there sits right there. That's on him. Went through her body with so much pressure and so much force, it starts to break apart. We have everything but that gun to be able to tell you this is exactly the gun that did it, because we know all of those 5.56 shell casings came from the exact same weapon. Don't believe me, don't believe the videos, don't believe the physical evidence, don't believe the science if you don't want to, ladies. Just believe him. My grandmother always told me, when somebody tell you who they are, believe them. When they show you who they are, believe them. And this defendant has shown us who he is and what he is capable of over and over again. Cobb County with his red bandana, his gang tattoos, his gang language, burn it down. ARs everywhere, every photograph you got with his AR. Pointing at people, terrorizing people, allowing a community to be locked down because he decided, I'm claiming this as my gang territory. And when he shoots that baby, where he go? Over on edge with his AR-15. Still dangling between his legs. But when he shows up to say, oh, that's me, what's conveniently gone? One of those distinctive markers, those twists. He's trying to change, he's trying to hide. But ladies and gentlemen, y'all tell him he cannot hide. He is no longer in the shadows. You see him clearly as who he is. He may sit over there with a suit on, with his haircut, looking nice, but that's not who he is. He is a killer. We saw that in his video at the jail. August 5th, 2025. Just days before this started. This is what he's doing. What is his words? I empower.
I'm playing with him. Yo.
If I tell you, if I show you, believe it. This is who I am. What he got on him? His gun. Because where he don't go, we don't link up without our sticks. He tells you I had an AR-15. He tells you I was at the barricade. If he don't, even though he don't tell you he shoot, I told you party of a crime, He is just as guilty, but we know that that is a lie. He shot 8 times into that vehicle. But see, he didn't know the story. He didn't know that Detective Shepard had those videos. He thought I could step out and say, oh, it was me. He didn't realize it. So what did he do? He lied. Mr. Ravis want to talk about lies? That's what that defendant has done. He lied. He got up there. Somebody was hit. Y'all seen that video. Not one person was hit. Not one person hit the ground and jumped up and started shooting. A lie. He said he wasn't shooting. Muzzle shot after muzzle shot. He lied to his attorney because Jackie Patterson only repeated what the defendant told him because he wasn't out there. He hadn't seen no videos. He's a liar and a killer. That's what his autobiography tells you. And what does he say? After he sees this. I'm going down the road, I ain't shooting. I ain't even have a gun. Lies. What did he say when they posted the photo on McKinney? I was out there, bro. Bro ain't even shooting. He's talking about McKinney. Every man out there was shooting at the car. He the only end that walked to the store. It happened at the burnt down Wendy's. Everybody was shooting but McKinney. That included him. He told y'all he was shooting because everybody out there was shooting. But he's the one that shot and killed Secoriea Turner. Every piece of evidence the state has brought points to this defendant's guilt. The law, the eyewitnesses, the physical evidence, the scientific evidence, the defendant's own actions, and ladies and gentlemen, I implore you to use your common sense, and when you use your common sense, it leads to no other road than the defendant's guilt. Now, we've talked about him for days now. This case is about Secoriea Turner, 8 years old, just riding in the backseat of the car with her mom, coming from celebrating the 4th of July, having fun with her family, her friends, playing with her cousins, watching fireworks for the night. She was having so much fun. What did her mom tell me? She didn't want it to end. I want to go hang out with my cousins. And her mom was trying to make that happen as they headed down University. Nobody knew that day that was going to be the last time that Charmaine got to go to the nail shop with her baby. That was going to be the last time that Secoriea got to go to a barbecue and a cookout with her grandmother and her cousins. That was going to be the last time that she got to play with fireworks. That was going to be the last time she got to call to play with TikTok, because we know that's what she liked to do, make her TikTok videos, and that's what she was doing back then. And nobody knew it was going to be the last time that she got to call out her mother's name. 8 years old. It is not fair. It is senseless and it is unnecessary. But the defendant wanted to stake his claim. 4th of July is supposed to be about celebrating with your family. For Secoriea Turner's family, forever now. 4th of July is not about celebrating. It's about grief and it's about mourning. This coming November, Secoriea would have turned 13 years old. A milestone for young kids, especially little girls. She will never get to reach that milestone. Mr. Ravis told you that the defendant was making dumb decisions because he was 19. Secoriea will never have an opportunity to make dumb decisions as teenagers do. Her mom told you how she wanted to go to Spelman, and Mr. Ravis told you how his girls got to go to HBCU. Secoriea will never get to go to Spelman because of this defendant. Hopefully one young girl will get to go because they have a scholarship in her name. Now, Mr. Ravis talked about Ahmaud Arbery. I am from Brunswick, Georgia. I live one neighborhood over from the neighborhood where Ahmaud was killed. I went to church with his aunts. So I know what it feels like to have someone in your community taken because of senseless violence. In his honor, they do a 2.23 mile run because those are the last miles that he got to run that day. For George Floyd, they have a moment of silence for him. 8 minutes and 46 seconds, because those were the last minutes of his life. At some point, hopefully, not just a scholarship, but maybe 8 minutes of silence for Secoriea for the 8 years of her life, or the 8 bullets that flew into that car and took her life. That's what we can do for her in the future. But today is the day that you can give this family the justice that they finally deserve. Mr. Ravis talks about 9 days of rush to judgment and rush to judgment. I tell you, ladies and gentlemen, it has been a slow crawl to justice for Secoriea and her family. They have waited 5 long years, 1 month and 22 days. I ask that you don't make them wait 1 more day, 1 more hour, 1 more minute. Tell this defendant what he already knew when he stood up at that press conference. He is guilty, guilty, guilty of each and every charge on that indictment. Thank you.
Drop the mic.
Okay, members of the jury. My instruction to you is going to take about 45 minutes. Would you like to eat before you put the instructions?
Thank goodness.
We ordered food for you, so you can just go back.
Bad, she bad, she bad.
Just make sure that you don't discuss the case amongst yourselves, don't do any research, don't look at your phones, don't talk about closing arguments, just English, and we'll come back and have a show.
All right, adjourned. We came to the end of that. I don't know if they came out with a verdict. There was that verdict. They was doing verdict watch today. So let's see if they actually came with a decision. We'll see. I don't know if they came to a verdict or not. So let's see.
Okay, we're about to have a verdict in this case. I'm just going to caution again the audience. This is obviously an emotional case. It's been difficult to try and hear. Very important to keep your emotions in check when the verdict is read. The deputies are going to remove you if you have an outward reaction.
I hope you didn't just spoil it. I hope you was guessing. I'm a put that you guessing because I would hate that if you did that, knowing that we don't know the. You know what I mean? So I'm gonna time you out just in case you would even do that.
All right, adjourned.
You off timeout. You off timeout.
Mr. Foreman, have you reached a verdict?
Yes, Your Honor.
And was it unanimous?
Oh, they reached the verdict. They reached the verdict. They reached the verdict. They reached one. They reached the verdict. All right. So we about to get the verdict.
Has the verdict been filled in, signed, and dated by you? May I see it?
We got a verdict, y'all. Shit. Okay.
Would you like to publish this verdict, or would you like me to? The jurors not to be shown on camera. Yes, please.
Count one, murder. You jury find defendant guilty. Count two, felony murder, murder, aggravated assault. Count four, you jury find defendant guilty.
Damn, that's two guilties?
Felony murder, criminal damage to property. Count seven, you jury find defendant guilty.
That's three guilties.
Count four, aggravated assault on Secoriea Turner. You jury find defendant guilty.
The
Count
guilty.
five, aggravated assault on Jermaine Turner. You jury find defendant guilty.
Guilty.
Count six, aggravated assault on Omar Ivory. You jury find defendant guilty.
Guilty.
Count seven, criminal damage to property, forgery. You jury find defendant guilty.
Guilty.
Count eight, possession of a firearm during traditional felony. Reference to count 27, you jury find defendant guilty.
Guilty.
Count nine, violation of the Gaming Act. 15, Act 4A, reference to count 28, you jury find defendant guilty.
Guilty.
Count 10, violation of the Gaming Act. 16, 15, 4B, reference to count 28, you jury find defendant not guilty.
Not guilty.
Count 11, violation of the Gaming Act. 16, 54E, reference to count 28.
Hold on, let me go back and see exactly which one he was not guilty on. if I could hear it clearly.
15-15-4B, Director Count 23, you very fine defendant not guilty. Count 9, violation of the Gaming Act. 15-4A, Director Count 23, you very fine defendant guilty. Count 10, violation of the Gaming Act. 16-15-4B, Director Count 23, you very fine defendant not guilty.
Violation of Gang Act, not guilty. He's not guilty on something with the gang.
Count 11, violation of the Gaming Act. 16-54E, Director Count 28, you very fine defendant not guilty.
Not guilty with another gang act offense, gang act charge. So 2 gang act charges, not guilty.
Count 12, violation of the Gaming Act. 16-54E, Director Count 28, you very fine defendant not guilty. Count 13, aggravated
Another gang act, not guilty.
assault against Christopher Ford, you very fine defendant guilty.
Guilty.
Count 14, aggravated assault against Samantha Ford, you very fine defendant guilty.
Guilty.
Count 15, possession of a firearm for infliction of felony, count 13-14, you very fine defendant guilty.
Guilty.
Count 17, violation of the Gaming Act. 16-54A, with respect to count 13-15, you very fine defendant guilty. Count 18,
Gang act, guilty on a gang act thing.
16-54A, with respect to count 13-15, you very fine defendant guilty. Count 18, violation of the Gaming Act. 16-54B, with respect to count 13-15, you very fine defendant not guilty.
Not guilty, not guilty.
Violation of the Gaming Act. 16-54E, with respect to count 13-15, you very fine defendant not guilty.
Not guilty.
Count 20, violation of the Gaming Act. 16-54E, with respect to count 13-15, you very fine defendant not guilty.
Guilty. Damn.
Okay.
That shit. I don't want to see. Man.
May I have that again? And will the attorneys come up to make sure it's
See her
proper form?
crying.
Thank you.
All right. So the gang act, charges, not guilty. Everything else, guilty. Everything else, guilty. Yeah, I don't want to see the mom, bro. That shit's gonna make me feel, you know what I mean. I know she feel good, but damn, you know, it's like tears of joy and sadness at the same time, and it's like I'm happy she got justice, man. Yeah, give a round of applause to the jury. Give a round of applause to the jury, man, and justice for Secoriea, man. I think she definitely got justice in this one. I think she definitely got justice, man. It was clear to me what happened, and his arrogance, man, and then he's in jail participating in more stuff, and you over here, yeah. Lawyers, you tried, but you knew you couldn't win this. I mean, no, it was tried. They tried though. The defense tried. Or you going to jail now?
Okay, thank you so much. Any requests before we excuse the jury? Okay. Okay, members of the jury, there are several questions that I need to ask each one of you, other than the alternate who did not vote. So let's begin on the front left with the foreperson. Will you rise? Was this your verdict in the jury room? Was it freely and voluntarily made by you? And is it still your verdict? Thank you. Ma'am? Was this your verdict in the jury room? Was it freely and voluntarily made by you? And is it still your verdict? Thank you. Was this your verdict in the jury room? Was it freely and voluntarily made by you? And is it still your verdict? Thank you. Was this your verdict in the jury room? Was it freely and voluntarily made by you? Is it still your verdict? Thank you. Sure. Was that your verdict in the jury room? Was it freely and voluntarily made by you? Is it still your verdict? Thank you. Was this your verdict in the jury room? Was it freely and voluntarily made by you? And is it still your verdict? Thank you. Was that your verdict in the jury room? Was it freely and voluntarily made by you? And is it still your verdict? Thank you. Now skipping over the alternate. Ma'am, was this your verdict in the jury room? Was it freely and voluntarily made by you? And is it still your verdict? Thank you. Or was this your verdict in the jury room? Was it freely and voluntarily made by you? And is it still your verdict? Thank you. Sir, was this your verdict in the jury room?
Yes, Your Honor.
Was it freely and voluntarily made by you?
Yes.
And is it still your verdict? Thank you. Ma'am, was this your verdict in the jury room? Was it freely and voluntarily made by you? And is it still your verdict? Thank you. Was this your verdict in the jury room? Was it freely and voluntarily made by you? And is it still your verdict? Thank you. Members of the jury, I'm going to release you to go to the back. Sentencing is likely to follow in just a few moments, so if you'd like to stay and observe sentencing, you can. But you can also be released. So if you'll step in the back, I'll meet you in the back.
Did she say sentencing is about to follow in a few moments? They about to sentence him. They about to sentence him. I can't even talk. They about to sentence him right now? Is she serious? Is they gonna sentence him today? Do they do that?
I'm sorry?
He's guilty. Boy, he's guilty. Guilty. They got justice, man. They got justice. Oh, everybody got to give their statements and stuff. Man, I know they happy.
He should be sentenced to the max. My child was innocent, not once he showed any remorse. My child don't I never see her again. We're gonna get see him again. We ain't gonna see Secoriea again. And that's the worst feeling ever. Like I seen no one show remorse. And he should be sentenced to the max. He should have paid what he did to my daughter. She was innocent. She ain't deserve it.
It's sad, man. You know, it's happy and sad at the same time, man. Happy and sad at the same time. Like, I don't even know, you know, if the shit crazy, bro.
I agree, he showed no remorse. And he's not supposed to involve nobody. He didn't say anything to nobody. My baby died. And he said he made so many lies. Like, how could you lie when it comes to kids? How could you just sit there and say a bold-faced lie like nothing else? No, if we caused it, we did nothing for nobody. My baby loved life. She loved her family. She was always happy, always full of excitement. Like, we'll never get that again. Get graduation from middle school, high school. He intentionally hurt killed my baby.
This is, man.
The verdict occurred by the jury this afternoon. As to count 1, murder, the state's recommendation would be life without the possibility of parole. As to counts 2 and 3, the felony murder counts, they would vacate by operation of law. As to count 4, the aggravated assault with a deadly weapon, in regards to Ms. Secoriea Turner, that would merge with count 1, Your Honor. As it relates to counts 5 and 6, which are the aggravated assaults with deadly weapons charges for Ms. Charmaine Turner and Mr. Omar Ivory, the state would recommend 20 years to serve on both of those counts. As it relates to count 7, criminal damage to property in the first degree, the state's recommendation is 20 years to serve. As it relates to count 8, possession of firearms in the commission of a felony, 5 years to serve. And count 9, criminal street gang, count as it relates to subsection A, 20 years to serve. Counts 13 and 14 are both aggravated assault counts. In regards to Mr. and Mrs. McCord, 20 years to serve. Count 15, possession of a firearm in the commission of a felony, 5 years to serve, Your Honor. And then count 17, possession of a firearm, count 17 is the gang count as it relates to subsection A, 20 years to serve. State's recommendations for the sentence for each, recommended sentence for each to run consecutive, Your Honor. Let me double check. I do not see.
Yes, his mom would like to speak on his behalf. If you want to do that now, or
His mom? Oh, wow. His mom about to speak. Lord of mercy. Damn, his son threw his life away, lady. Damn. Damn. Damn, she's shaking too?
Your Honor. I can see it. Here, Robin Conley, ROBYN, CONLEY. Your Honor, thank you for allowing me to speak.
I recognize the gravity of this moment and the solemn responsibility that you carry in determining my son's sentence. I begin by acknowledging that the life of a beautiful child was lost, no doubt. I know the courtroom bears the weight of that loss, being a former Fulton County Police Academy instructor in law enforcement my entire life, and my family's history in law enforcement. My son's intention was to go down to the march to support people, Black people, that some citizens had determined that were victimized. He was named Julian because of Julian Bond, the late congressman. In 2000, Julian Bond narrated a PBS documentary called "Oh Freedom After All," which was about my great-grandfather and great-grandmother going to the White House, being invited by President Roosevelt in 1939. So civil rights has always been in our blood. As a result, Julian would like me to say that he's truly sorry for the loss of Secoriea Turner. I prayed with Charmaine, and I expressed my sadness. I acknowledged Secoria's father in this moment, and I pray in their hearts, because the court said that he did this, that they can forgive him.
What?
I speak to uphold fairness.
Hold on. Nah, man. You just messed me up with that, man. What? You hear what she said? She said because the court said he did it, if you can find it in your hearts to forgive him. So wait, he don't feel he did it? So why he apologizing? Why he want forgiveness? Because the court said he did it, he would like you to find it in your heart to forgive him. Because the court said he did it. This ain't compute to me right here. This ain't compute to me. I just got confused, completely just confused.
That Julian would like me to say that he's truly sorry for the loss of Secoriea Turner. I prayed with Charmaine, and I expressed my sadness. I acknowledged Secoria's father in this moment, and I pray in their hearts, because the court said that he did this, that they can forgive him. I speak to uphold fairness.
Okay. She's speaking for her. She's speaking. I got confused. I thought that was the message from Julian. At that point, she's speaking from her perspective. She said because the court said she did this, she wants to see if they forgive him. Just make sure. That's what I'm hearing.
And I pray in their hearts, because the court said that he did this, that they can forgive him.
Okay, so I thought she was speaking for Julian at that moment, but it seemed like she's speaking for herself. Completely flabbergasted.
I speak to uphold fairness, context, and constitutional values. My son has been confined for 5 years, awaiting this trial. During that time, I've witnessed his endurance under conditions that test limits of human resilience. In the Fulton County Jail, our own Guantanamo Bay, my son was forced to survive, being locked away 23 hours a day, with 1 hour out, with no running water in his cell, being given bags of ice. I understand it's not about him, but it is about him, because he was 19 when this happened. He's 25 now and has a child of his own. This case has raised serious questions about pretrial confinement with 5 years to get here, access to counsel, the presumption of innocence, and I ask the court to consider not just the facts of the case, but the broader context in which Julian has been held. Justice hasn't been a punishment for him, but it must be principled, and I understand your role. I respectfully ask the court to consider a sentence that reflects the time already served, the potential for growth, and the constitutional values that we claim to uphold. Leniency is not the absence of accountability, Your Honor. It's the presence of proportionality. Julian deserves a future shaped not only by his consequences and circumstances, but by his possibilities of life. Despite the video shown, Julian has completed about 14 certificates while he's been in the Fulton County Jail. I understand the jail is just for temporary detainment. However, the conditions, again, are horrible. I speak today not just as a parent and a grandparent of Julian's child, but as a citizen who's always believed in justice that sees the whole person. Thank you for your time and consideration, Your Honor, and again, to the parents and family of Secoriea Turner, my family's heart and my heart goes out to you always. Thank you, Your Honor.
Bad man. Damn boy, you done messed up so much different lives with that one action. So much people's lives is torn apart. His family, her family.
As I stand here with Julian, I just want the court to know the person that I've gotten to know over the course of the last few years, and I've gotten to know quite a few people over the course of the last few years, but I've not gotten to know many like Julian, the way he expresses himself. And I can't tell you how many times I've met with him, and the first thing he's always said to me is, "I'm so sorry about that baby's life." He always says that. He always asks me, do I know anything about how the family's doing? He's able to do that while also never wavering from his initial statement way back July 13th of 2020. He's very sorry for that loss. But in his heart, he knows that he didn't pull the trigger that caused that young lady's loss, but that part has been determined. But he is someone that, if given a chance to do better with his life, and if given a chance to do better with encouraging other people to do better with their lives, and if given a chance to encourage his child to do better, he will take every opportunity to better himself. And he will take every opportunity to better all of those who come in contact with him. And that goes for what he will do while in prison. But I'm asking that he has that opportunity outside of prison. I'm asking that, I know the court's hands are tied, but to the extent the court has lenience, I'm asking the court to exercise that lenience. I'm asking the court to allow for the possibility of life on the other side, so that he can grow. He can be a person in society that society can look at and say, you're doing the things you're supposed to do now. You're a valuable, contributing part of society, and I'm asking for the court to recognize that he has that potential and to allow that potential. I thank you.
For me, it's funny hearing him ask for that, because it's like, did you notice that Julian, while being charged for killing an 8-year-old girl, had an illegal cell phone in jail, where he on there got videos of himself throwing up gang signs, having a good old time? Are you aware of that, sir? Because they don't got nothing good to say about him while he was locked up awaiting trial. As a matter of fact, they got nothing but bad things to say about his activities in jail while he's awaiting trial. Could you imagine he ain't want to stay out of trouble, stay away from all that other stuff, and try to be... No, as a matter of fact, he was throwing it up, repping his gang while awaiting trial for killing an 8-year-old girl, smiling. I mean, shit. I guess that's his family over there. Damn, bro. They know he messed up. All right, the judge. Wait, let's wait to see when the judge come back. What's going on here?
And also for Mr. Conley's family.
The judge is back. They're guilty. Knew you was going to jail. I mean, listen, I don't think he believed he was getting off. I think he just was giving it one good try. I think he knew he was going to come back guilty, and I think he's just like, man, let's just give it a shot.
Okay, you can be seated. I want to start by saying I really appreciate the comments from the Turners and also for Mr. Conley's family. I hear you. Both families are serving sentences in their own way. So many things were going on at once on University Avenue on July 4th, 2020. I'm your third judge, Mr. Conley, and I've only had your case for a few months, but it immediately became clear that this is a case fraught with conflict and a tragedy. There were individuals that day exercising their First Amendment right to gather in support of a cause held dear. There were individuals simply observing the goings-on. And that day, Mr. Conley, you and your colleagues were there in a massive show of force at an illegal barricade, brandishing heavy weaponry, demanding respect.
Yo, I really was waiting. I ain't gonna lie. I've been waiting to hear the judge's opinion of this case. And you know, you don't get that until this time. I ain't know we was gonna get that today. I am excited to hear, after the judge has been presiding over this case for this whole duration, I am excited to hear her thoughts on what happened. This for me is very interesting.
You're held dear. There were individuals simply observing the goings-on. And that day, Mr. Conley, you and your colleagues were there in a massive show of force at an illegal barricade, brandishing heavy weaponry, demanding respect, and deciding that day who could pass and who would be terrorized. That day, on their way home, Mr. and Mrs. McCord were not deemed members of the community. For some reason, they were not allowed to pass, and we observed a shocking video in which you and others prepared to shoot if defied by Mr. McCord. And by defied, I mean if he simply drove down a public street. We saw a video of you scanning inside public transportation to determine if MARTA could pass through AR-15 in full display. And of course, we saw the video in which you and at least one other person, maybe more, fired on the vehicle carrying young Secoriea. Your actions demonstrated that day an abandoned and malignant heart, a reckless disregard for human life. You didn't have to know there was a young child in the back seat. You fired on a car that you knew was carrying human beings. And in an area where children were present. It's so fortunate that only one child died that night. We don't know if the jury found you responsible because they believed the state proved your bullet pierced Secorea's body, or because they found you were a party to a crime. It does not matter. Secorea's parents are serving life sentences without their child. For Ms. Turner, a life sentence in which she relives trying to rescue her baby daughter, trapped in a seatbelt, asking for help, dying before her. Well, she screamed, "Please help, please, someone help." Hopefully, closure happens today with this verdict. Mr. Conley, you put a lot of effort into telling the world that you're a dangerous person. We saw videos of you acting as a self-appointed enforcer on July 4th, the videos brandishing weapons, and even this year in our jail, brandishing weapons in the jail with other people. Mr. Conley, I believe you, and that is why this will be your sentence. On count 1 murder, the sentence will be life without parole. Counts 2 and 3 will vacate by operation of law. Count 4 will merge. Now, Mr. Conley, you've comported yourself very well during this trial. And because of that, I'm not just stacking every one of these consecutively. Counts 5 and 6 will be 20 years apiece to run concurrent with the other sentence. Count 7 will be 20 years to serve to run concurrent. Count 9 will be 20 years to serve to run concurrent. And counts 13 and 14 will be 20 years total, 20 on each, to run concurrent with each other, but consecutive to the life without parole sentence. And then finally, count 8 and 15 will run consecutive to all of the other sentences, but concurrent to one another for 5. Oh, and count 17 will be 20 to serve concurrent.
No matter what, even if he was to overturn the life, you got 20. She making sure he get 20 years no matter what. She gave him a life sentence, but if he ever was to ever get that life sentence thrown out or something, you still got 20 years, boy. Like, she making sure. She ain't playing with him. She gave him that life. She gave him that life and sealed the deal. And then she gave him all those 20 years just in case. She gave, just in case, bruh. If you get this life thrown out, you still got to do this 20. God damn, she ain't playing with him.
A total of life without parole plus 25 years. I'm not just going to stack all of them. You comported yourself well during this trial, but because of your reckless disregard for the life of this child, I feel I have to sentence you to life without parole.
You know that.
Okay.
Hey, Hey, this is the first time he accepted guilt right here. This is the first time. He shook his head in understanding. Look at this boy. That man shook his head in understanding. You know you deserve what you just got, bro.
I'm not just going to stack all of them. You've comported yourself well during this trial, but because of your reckless disregard for the life of this child, I feel I have to sentence you to life without parole.
You understand? He understands, ladies and gentlemen. That boy understands.
Mr. Abadi, will you go over his appellate rights?
It seems at this moment he realized they have caught me. They know I did this. It seemed like right at this second when she said that to him, he finally realized they got me. They know I'm guilty.
Now you have 4 years from today to file what's called a media court petition challenging the proceedings, voluntary and the constitutionality of what occurred during the trial of this case. You have 30 days from today to file a motion for a new trial in regard to
trial.
the last 2 weeks. As it relates to the director, John is doing my apologies.
That's okay.
As it relates, and then 30 days from today to file a motion with the Supreme Court that relates to a direct appeal or and determine this court, whichever is longer.
Will the defense team go ahead and file his notice of appeal and his preliminary motion for new trial?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you for doing that. Okay, and new Mr. Conley, new
So
counsel
they're going to try to file an appeal in new trial, bro. Good luck.
will be appointed for you for appeal. Okay, thank you, everyone.
Yo, I didn't even know they do it that fast. This man they got the verdict and the sentence. The verdict and the sentence right away.
Family can remain seated.
Boy, this was a speedy trial.
Your family and friends can remain seated. We'll take the order to proceed.
This was a speedy trial. Man. So they had a press conference afterwards? They had a press conference afterwards. We're gonna go through this real quick and see what was said, and then we out of here. And then we going back to Karen Reed. I'll see what other current trials that I want to cover, as well as the Karen Reed trial. Yeah, man. All right, so they did a press conference.
YNCON.
Step right there.
ROBYNCONLEY. Robin Colley, the mother of Julian Conley. Just want to reiterate, as we did in court, to the family, friends, parents of Secoriea Turner, we're truly sorry that you lost your beautiful child, first and foremost. I think there's a lot of hands to blame. And I believe in justice. I stood for justice and law enforcement my whole entire life, including right now. And so has Julian's father. I start the blame at the top. Being an Army veteran, a disabled vet, I can't be right if below me was wrong. I start and I blame Mayor Bottoms. She had ultimate command and control of the city, of the resources, of the police department, and the threat of the KKK and all of those things. I think that it wasn't taken into consideration. So black people took up arms because of that threat. No other reason. No other reason. So first we're going to start at the top with the city. I hope the Turners do get money because they deserve it, but I also blame a lot of people. My family, we totally disagree with this sentence. Totally disagree. You all saw it. Look at the comments. We all saw it. I don't know how those 12 jurors didn't see it. It doesn't make sense.
Did she say look at the comments? I wasn't looking at the comments. But was there people seeing it differently?
For a black man who's expecting a child to kill another black child for revenge, for two white officers killing a black man. That doesn't make sense. We don't do this. Name me one other time we did that. Never. It just doesn't even make sense. The inconsistencies of the trial, all of that, it doesn't make sense. I don't see what they saw as a law enforcement officer, as a police officer instructor. I don't see how they saw what they saw. I think evidence was manipulated from the beginning. Okay, how would all of the world like to be condemned and held responsible and you didn't get a fair trial? That's what this is. Starting with the Georgia Supreme Court's ruling that Atlanta Police Department could get rid of the police vehicle. Who does that? Any other time, the DA's office comes to court with the evidence. Where's the evidence? Instead, they sell it. They sold that car approximately 13 months, and then my son was indicted. Our expert could not examine. You talking about trajectory, but no, we're supposed to go with Detective Shepard's little Venn diagram, if you will, where he did still. Where are you a digital forensics expert? Where was that at? Who's missing? You know why the Jeep was missing? Why was the Jeep missing? Because during that time, Paul Howard, and Fonnie Willis were in a runoff for DA's office, if you remember, including Paul Howard wanted to play big bad cop so he could beat out Fonnie. So that's why those 6 officers were fired and arrested. Guess what? They got their jobs back because Paul Howard rushed to try to play big bad DA. In this case, it was the same thing. My son came forward because he was there and he was innocent. Not with muzzle blast in a circle. It flooms out. It doesn't go in a circle. So if there's muzzle.
Lady, you are not a forensic analyst. Yo, she what muzzle flies go in a circle? Like she said, what? What you mean a circle? Yeah.
Blast, multiple muzzle blasts. Where's everybody else muzzle blast? But no, you just see this circle.
She said, where's everybody else muzzle flash? If they wasn't shooting, man, you're not gonna see one.
These other circles that look at behind it like headlights. He could have copied and pasted that. He lied during his testimony.
He said he could have copied and pasted that.
We're definitely going to appeal right away. You guys saw the trial just as much as we did, and as much as we're sorry about.
Is this reason why Julian think he's gonna get off? His mom be believing his bullshit, or she like his mom believe his bullshit. Like, lady, your son is guilty. You don't see what kind of behavior your young boy be going on with? You don't see what kind of terror your son is? You ain't hear what your son be doing? She acting like
Turner's lost. I've just lost a son. I know it's not comparable, and I pray for their forgiveness for him being there. He was there for a good reason. It wasn't until the KKK and all of that got involved did anybody pick up arms. But thank you for your time. Do you have any questions?
Actually, while you were at the podium, you were visibly shaken. Your voice was trembling. What was it like as a mother?
Firstly, as a Christian. Second, as a mother. It was the hardest, most humbling thing that I've ever had to do. I mean, it's heartbreaking. I'm a grandmother. Julian's child saw him one time. I'm a grandmother. And it's not just about us. It's about the Turners. It's about justice. It's about this country.
That's right. What role do you feel your son played, if any, and what did you think his contribution to been?
He played a role, as I tried to, I don't know, 50 things were going on, but the role that he played was, he was playing a role of civil rights, okay? Just like his great-great-grandfather. How many black people can say their great-grandparents got invited to the White House in 1939 by President Roosevelt and helped draft farm legislation? I was a union steward for my job. We've always taken civic responsibility, and that's what he was doing, taking civic responsibility in the wrong place at the wrong time.
Would this discourage anyone from doing such?
You know, if he had saved everyone down there from the threat, like the white guy, I know this was afterwards, but the white guy, Tristan, somebody from Swanee that got arrested with ammunition and guns on the way down there, if he had saved everyone from harm, he would be a hero, and we would be having a different story. But I think it's civic-minded. We all need to take responsibility in the best way that we see fit. I can't determine everybody's role in life, but I stand up for justice. I still stand up for justice, and that's why I'm standing up for my son Julian and wasn't a file of appeal as soon as possible.
But to be clear, you don't think your son shared any of the blame for this?
I'm not saying he didn't share any of the blame, but I'm saying let's start at the top. The city had to come out some money for the Turners and their loss. Let's start with Omar. If you see a bunch of armed people, why are you going to drive that way? Why would you? Would anyone here with their precious cargo?
What? Now, lady, do you understand you questioning why people would even want to go in their neighborhood? Like, I mean, I hear you, but if you gotta go through that to where you gotta encounter people blocking the streets, I think the bigger question is, why are they allowed to block the streets, man? Not why would you go that way? It's a public street, and that's the direction of the traffic. So if I'm driving down that street, those people not supposed to be there, man. I hear you on why would you go down, but he has a right to go down that street. They don't have a right to block it. That's the difference.
In the backseat, drive two armed people? No, it's not rational. Just like it's not rational that my son decided to kill Secoriea Turner, as some of you guys are purporting. No, that's not what he was accused of. He was accused of shooting the vehicle, not the child.
What?
And I take that.
She said that's not what he was accused of. He was accused of shooting the vehicle, not the child. Ma'am, they said he killed the child. They saying his bullet shot. Listen, they saying he shot the car and killed the child. Bro, ma'am, this is the trial of the murder of Secoriea Turner. They saying he killed her. The prosecutor said he's a killer. That's what the prosecutor said.
As serious as I can say, I'm a Christian, I'm a mother, I'm a grandmother to you. And I'm sorry for everything that happened here. But, and I just want to say, I'm starting a nonprofit. I'm starting a nonprofit for...
He about to plug her new business. Let's see if she can build an organization for the killer and on behalf of the killer. She about to plug her new business. Not a mercy.
And I just want to say, I'm starting a nonprofit. I'm starting a nonprofit for the loved ones and family and friends of those detained in the Fulton County Jail, because it's horrendous, the conditions. There's no support. There's no support. There should be victim advocate. Ms. Turner and her family absolutely should have victims advocate. But we're a victim too. My family is a victim too. We're a victim of this circumstance.
Victim of circumstance? Like, damn, lady. Like, you get to still see him and talk to him and ask him how he feel today. And make a joke with him and him tell you a joke back. And he even get to tell you, I love you. And you get to say it back and all that. I mean, you lost something, but you ain't lose something. You know what I'm saying? Man.
There's no one here for us except our family. So I want to start an organization that helps the other side, because we're not all bad. I read comments. Oh, what kind of monster did she raise? Julian was the only black kid on this water polo team. This isn't.
Now, that boy is a demon. Man, I mean, there's definitely worse than him on these streets, but he's a demon. He's definitely one of them.
It's complex, but I'm starting a nonprofit for that. Because there's no support for people like me. The people that murder people and their families, there's no support, and there should be.
What lesson do you
Wait. What? My brain just malfunctioned. What the people that murder people and their families? What did she just say? What does that mean? Hold on. I can't even make sense of the sentence. I can't. I don't listen. I don't know what she just said, bro. I don't even think that's what I heard. Like, for real?
It's complex, but I'm starting a nonprofit for that. Because there's no support for people like me. The people that murder people and their families, there's no support, and there should be.
The people that murder people and their families, there's no support. You mean like a murderer's advocate? Advocacy? Like a murderer's advocacy? And like a family of murderers organization type of shit? Like, what's happening here? I think, listen, I'm going to say this. This lady is traumatized. She's in shock. And her brain is not working right now because of everything she's going through. Like, it's driving her crazy. Her son has driven her crazy, bro. That's what's happening right here. Ladies and gentlemen, you are witnessing what the effects of all the stress and strain that her son has put on her. She gone crazy. She nuts. This boy has driven his mother crazy, bro. Because that's the only explanation I can have for what she just said.
Because we're not all bad. You know, I read comments, oh, what kind of monster did she raise? Julian was the only black kid on this water polo team. This isn't, you know, it's complex, but I'm sorry I'm not about it for that. Because there's no support for people like me. The people that murder people and their families, there's no support, and there should be.
What lesson do you feel is there for other young people who are watching this trial?
We have a right to bear arms. The Constitution gives us that right, but do we need to all the time? I think law enforcement should have been there. I know it was against law enforcement, but at least on the perimeter of the area. Young people are different than when I was young, but I think we all have responsibility to do something, whether you march or whether you're behind the scenes. They should just do what they're best at doing. Thank you.
Who's this?
We have to be. Man, you cannot. We have to be. Police are here to serve and protect. And that day, she was not served and she was not protected. So moving forward, as being here all my life, being here in Atlanta, is that we can't never let this happen again. And I can say that Atlanta Police Department, they dropped the ball. And the result is my niece gone.
There were parts of the verdict that the judge showed some leniency because of the way she said he handled himself in the courtroom. What did you think of that?
Well, on my mind was I just want him to get charged for the things he did. He murdered my niece. And that's what we were looking for. One, that he can be accountable for that because he murdered her. And life without parole was the best verdict. So that's the most important verdict we were looking for. We don't care about games and all that, you know, because you got so many games going around here. But the thing is that he was a shooter. And that's what we're going for. So that's the verdict we wanted, that's the verdict we got, and we are happy with it.
When you all walk into the courtroom today, because I know that it's been a long journey, obviously 5 years to get to this point, what are you expecting to hear the verdict that you're going to down today? How are you feeling?
Y'all might not be. When I walked in the court today, I knew he was guilty. Because one thing about God is so powerful. When you serve God and you pray hard, God gonna bring the truth out. Believe me, I'm a man of the cloth. And I know God already put it in my heart and my spirit and told me we're gonna walk away big. So we're gonna celebrate. And we're gonna go to the graveyard where she can let her know victory, victory, victory. Rest on, baby girl. God is in control.
All the truth didn't come out this week. All the truth didn't come out this week.
Oh no, uncle.
Secoria's father.
Ready?
Yeah. Good afternoon. I'm here with Secoria Williamson, Secoria's father. He just wanted to make a very brief statement about what happened with the proceedings over the course of the last 2 weeks. And then Charmaine Turner will be making a statement shortly thereafter. But Mr. Williamson, Secoria Williams.
Just want to let everybody know it's been a long process, and we got the justice that we need for our innocent child. Secoria was innocent, and she didn't deserve what happened to her. Like sometimes I just lose words sometimes just even thinking about it, because I'm still suffering to this day, not being able to see my child. I just want to thank the district, the DAs and the investigators for the job well done they did for me and my family and for my child. And I just want to thank them and finally just for support.
What emotion were you feeling as the senator?
Nervous, scared that my daughter case will be a cold case.
I know you were trying to go around me for like that whole, how are you feeling about how it happened?
They did exactly what needed to be done, and I appreciate the judge for our sins, because you shouldn't be light on him. He wasn't light on my child. He never showed no remorse. He really didn't need to care.
Sure didn't. He ain't showed no remorse.
The mother said he was coming, how she obviously, there ain't no way you can defend a person who killed an innocent child. If my son did, I'm not gonna go out there and try to defend that.
Exactly. Like, listen, I'd have had to just fall back off of that. Like, you done messed up, kid.
How do you feel about her apology?
I forgive her, but I don't forgive him. I ain't processed no one to forgive. the man that I seen in court to be showing no remorse, I think he's been found guilty of killing my child.
Mr. Davis, it's been 5 years. Any message to the people who want to protect the community and methods they should be using versus what was used in this awful situation with Secoriea Turner?
Well, I think it's important to note that Secoriea was 8 years old, but she was a proponent of Black Lives Matter. She supported it. She was interested. She was engaged. And so this isn't the criminalization of protests at all. We recognize the need to protest. We recognize the inherently fundamental racist system that we live in. At the same time, children should be protected. And so this family is not saying that they don't support the First Amendment or organized protests to call for social justice. They're doing that now through the scholarship in Secorea's name at Spelman College. They want people to support that scholarship so they can support a young lady who Secoriea would have become at Spelman. So that's their call. That's what they've been asking for. That's been their organizing. That's how they want it done, is support those young people who are trying to make change by supporting the scholarship in Secorea's name.
Mr. Davis, one thing we heard at trial was that police, the city, seated that intersection.
I'll check it out.
They didn't go there at night. They didn't want to confront anybody with weapons. Can you talk about that, how that played into this?
I will. I would like for Mr. Winslow. It's been a long 2 weeks. I'd like for him to be able to go. Does anyone have any other questions for him?
Is there anything that you would say to your baby? What do you want her to know?
Dad would win, lose, or draw. I wasn't gonna never stop fighting. So my daughter got the test. She said.
All right. Thank you all. Can you all hold for one moment?
Who is this lady? She keeps saying stuff after everybody talks. She's like, y'all need to pray. You notice this lady keeps saying stuff after everybody talks. She's just the only one there. She like the spiritual mother or something. She just right there. Look, she's back. She just there. She oh man.
Good afternoon again. We're here with Charmaine Turner, Secorea's mom, and
look, she's back.
Obviously very
lady back. She's still there. Look, she in the back.
Exhausted from the last 2 weeks of everything that she's had to go through, so she really doesn't have a lot in her. So she's going to make a brief comment. I'm also accompanied by my law partner Harold Spence, who has been sitting through the trial for the last 2 weeks as well. So I know she wants to thank the district attorney's office for their hard work. But after that, I think she's ready to go home and try to recover.
I just want to give thanks to the Fulton County DA's office for solving this case, bringing justice for my daughter. Justice was served, and I appreciate all they have done to get to the bottom of it and the truth.
You don't even want to talk.
Yeah. Thank you all. We appreciate it. Obviously, this has been a difficult 2 weeks. This has just been our support of the family, but this has just been focused on the criminal prosecution, and that's what this has been about. It's been the DA's case. The DA has done their job. The family had an opportunity to speak and be heard by the judge, and the judge rendered the sentencing. So, obviously, full justice will continue. So we'll continue to fight for justice for Secoriea, for Ms. Turner, for the entire family.
I wanted to ask about the human trial with the Honda zone, as they call it, where city control of the South Atlanta intersection where the takeover was killed. And I was hoping y'all could weigh in on whether or not this might happen if they're not done that.
I think we are, obviously, the family felt as though the city was completely, that block, that area was turned over, that it was not being patrolled. The evidence came out that there was no police presence, and that was a decision that was made. And because that decision was made, even when they attempted to call the police before they ever went there, right after the incident with the couple, when they called the police, had the police come, obviously we wouldn't be standing on these steps and we wouldn't be having this conversation. So the criminal part has been addressed, but clearly there are some grave concerns about the testimony that came out during the course of the criminal trial about how the police were essentially told to stand down.
They're going to sue them again and see if they can get some more money.
And they were afraid. So if they're afraid, what hope was there for a family just driving through the community?
Where do things stand with the civil suit?
Well, the civil lawsuits are ongoing. We filed 2 separate lawsuits.
Yep, that's what it is.
The city filed a motion to dismiss as to the case involving Secoriea Turner's death. That motion pended for a long time, but was ultimately denied. And as is the usual practice of the city, after losing that motion, they have appealed that loss to the Georgia Court of Appeals. So the case against the city and the Wendy's entities is still ongoing, but it's now in the Georgia Court of Appeals. We look forward to prevailing in that appeal and continuing the march for justice, in this instance, obtaining civil justice for Secorea's family.
What precedent do you hope to this case since moving forward and a verdict like this?
That they're no longer put in a position where there's a sense of lawlessness. Again, what we're very clear about in this family, and it's been said, Secoriea supported, she was interested and engaged around George Floyd and creating TikToks. So this wasn't about not supporting the Black Lives Matter movement. This was about something that was entirely different. And we're very clear. There were people out there that were there just to lift their voices and to be celebratory and to be in community. What happened to Secoriea, that wasn't community. That's not what community looks like at all. And we have to just call it out and not allow it to stand. That we're a community trying to build something, trying to take a position. What this family is clear about is they want a better community. But that's not how you get a better community, by having people just randomly firing. Multiple men fired at that car. There are people who are still out there who shot at the car she was in. That's the reality. We're grateful that the DA was able to prove this case, but there are folks that know who else shot at this car for no other reason than they went through this barricade and drove around the barricade. That's the only thing. There were no windows let down. There was no gunshots from the car. This woman has had to listen to all of this madness for 5 years, blaming her, saying that she caused her daughter's death. And we know now that's not true. No one ever said anything. She didn't break breath. She didn't say a word to anyone. They were just minding their own business. And so we hope that to some degree, this lifts some of the burden off of her because of all of the rhetoric and all of the talk, because she had nothing to do except try to save her baby after this very tragic incident. Thank you all.
Seems to be all. That seems to be all. Man. Well, we got good news. Secoriea did get justice. I was definitely convinced that Julian Connolly fired into that car that day. And most of the bullets that hit the car was from his gun. He was the one firing closest to the car, on the side of the car. His arrogance, all the stuff that he said leading up to him going to jail, his actions while in jail, and his attitude in court. The fact that he put himself on the scene. He said he saw the shooting. And I'm not sure if he knew that they had video, but because he placed himself right there, when we have the video of the people that was right there, which one of them does he claim to be? And that's why he ain't on the stand. That's why he didn't take the stand, because that would have been the question that would have messed him up. Because if he was to choose anybody other than him, they would have been able to show that that's not you. And then they would have showed you not credible because you lying about who you are in this video. Because that ain't you. And the prosecutor made a very interesting statement about when she used to be a defense attorney and her training and learn in being a defense attorney, that she said one of the things was when you don't have evidence or anything, or everything is against you, just argue. And I ain't gonna lie, that's exactly what the defense was doing. They was just arguing, trying to find a way to make you doubt it. They wasn't trying. They couldn't prove that it was wrong. They was just like, man, don't you question this just a little bit? Because if they could get you to question it just a little bit, then they could win. And so that's all they was trying to do. I mean, I saw that clear. That was their strategy. Try to raise some kind of doubt. They can't dispute the evidence. They just gonna try to make you look at it like I can't be 100% sure. So that was a good case. That was a good trial. Good to watch, see lawyers in action presenting their case. Definitely the defense. I seen a lot of animation in the defense, and I understand that defense had no leg to stand on, so they had to just bring the best argument that they possibly could, and that included dancing, doing all kind of tricks, and because they was doing the most. But I have to say the defense is good. Those are good lawyers. Given the hand that they were dealt, they were given a clearly guilty client that they were tasked with trying to figure out a way to make him not be guilty. Listen, in these circumstances, that was damn near impossible. They would have needed to get a mistrial or something. Like somebody on the prosecutor would have just had to blatantly do something wrong in order for them to win. And like it just wasn't gonna work out. Just wasn't gonna work out. Not with all this evidence. Not with all this evidence. But we've reached the end of the trial. We got the verdict and the sentence: life plus 25 years for Julian Connolly. Justice for Secoriea, ladies and gentlemen. Justice for Secoriea. I want to thank everybody for coming out. I appreciate you guys. We're gonna get back to Karen Reed, and we're gonna see what other trials I might want to cover. And soon I'm gonna be back on the main Wabbit Crime Network. If you haven't subbed up to the main Wabbit Crime Network, sub up to Wabbit Crime Network. This is Wabbit Crime Network 2. So we're gonna be covering some other stuff over there, some smaller scale trials. I enjoyed this trial. I enjoyed watching the interactions, and I am pleased to know that young Secoriea Turner has gotten justice. Until we meet again, ladies and gentlemen, we out the house. Oh. Let me end the poll like I always forget to do. So let me end the poll before we get out of here. As far as the vertical chat, the poll question was, what do you think the verdict will be? And we got 16 votes in the vertical chat, and 100% of the votes said guilty. And in the main chat, we're gonna end the poll. And in the main chat, we got 33 votes on the poll. What do you think the verdict will be? 88% said guilty. 12% said not guilty. So some people thought that he might been able to get off. But for the most part, the majority of people said, nah, it wasn't going to happen. Wabbits, we out the house. Oh.